All right, good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us today for this truly international event. My name is Greg Lewis. I'm coming at you from, I should say, I'm the marketing manager of Metastock, coming at you from Southern Texas. Bobby Hiller will be coming at you from Salt Lake City, Utah. And our first speaker, Daniel Sinnig, is from Europe. I believe he's from Germany. He resides in Canada, but today he's coming at you from Brazil. So this is truly an international event today. We'll be starting in about 6 minutes. First, let's watch this video.
Hi, my name is Kelly Clement, and I am the president here at Metastock. You know, one of the biggest questions I get asked is, what is Metastock, and how can it help me in my trading? Well, if you give me about 3 minutes of your time, I can show you. Metastock is an award-winning software and data package that has been helping traders for over 40 years. Simply put, Metastock is a tool for traders like you to analyze the markets. Metastock works across all asset classes, including stocks, futures, forex, options, crypto, and more. Metastock is designed to help you take the guesswork out of trading by offering a methodical, systematic approach to some key questions all traders come up against. Questions like, how do I decide which securities to trade when there are literally thousands to choose from? Which strategies should I use, and how do I test that strategy before spending my first trading dollar? When should I enter and exit a trade? How can I effectively manage the securities I'm interested in? What are the best options to trade? And of course, how do I know where prices will go next? At the core of Metastock are its power tools. The power tools are designed to give professional-grade analysis tools to private traders. You can scan the market with the Metastock Explorer to filter and sort securities that show buy and sell signals based on your criteria. The Metastock System Tester lets you test most strategies through a process called backtesting. This allows you to see how your strategy would have performed over time. One of Metastock's most powerful tools is its charts. Metastock allows you to navigate through your charts through browser-like tabs, arrange them in ways that you see fit, or group them in layout windows that allow you to quickly access your groups of charts. And then with the Metastock Forecaster, you can even take advantage of patented technology to view probable future prices. If you're an options trader, well, you're going to love OptionScope. OptionScope puts all the critical information at your fingertips, displaying sortable, customizable, color-coded options data, even including the Greeks. You can then take this data and analyze your options with the built-in strategies with risk-reward graphs. And Metastock has solutions for traders of all levels and interests. If you're just getting into trading, you'll appreciate the education offered by our many built-in systems. In addition to pointing out buy and sell signals, Metastock explains how they work in an easy-to-follow commentary window. Metastock has systems based off of popular strategies, things like MACD, Bollinger Bands, turtle trading, candle patterns, and many more. Metastock even has the very popular and exclusive Rahul Mohindar oscillator system, or simply known as the RMO. As you become a more experienced trader, Metastock grows with you. Advanced analysts will enjoy the comprehensive list of trading systems and indicators and the ability to create, build, and test their own systems. And if you're a day trader, you can't do better than Zenith, the real-time news, data, and analysis package powered by LSEG, a world leader in market data. Zenith is a comprehensive and flexible system with an extremely powerful search tool, which includes fundamental and economic data. Add on our world-class support, and it's not hard to see why Metastock has won the Stocks and Commodities Reader's Choice Award for 35 consecutive years. To find out more about Metastock and how it can help you in your trading, visit metastock.com or contact a product professional via phone, email, or chat.
All right, thanks so much for watching that. Again, we are Metastock, the purveyors of software for active traders just like yourself. Software and market data, I should say. A couple things before we get started. Please do make sure that you like and subscribe. It helps us. It helps you if you hit that bell to be notified when we have live events. And we have a live event most every week, usually a couple. And every month or so, we have an all-day event like this. And every quarter or so, we have a multi-day event. So you don't want to miss any of that. It's all great value-add information. So just like and subscribe. Thing number 2, hey, I see many of you here. Hello, Superfan Vincenzo from Italia. Thanks so much for giving us some feedback on the AV. As you're coming on, just give us a shout out. Let us know where you're from. And during the presentations, we do welcome questions and comments. It's just a casual environment here. We really encourage interaction. And so give us a shout out, ask questions, make comments, really anything. Just be nice to the presenters and your co-viewers. And with that, I have lost my little notepad that I normally put right here by my desk. Somehow I've misplaced it. So I don't know what else I should say. So I'll let you, I think that was everything. We got about 45 seconds. I'll let you listen to some jazzy music while I make sure Bobby is good to go on the other end. Thank you so much for joining us again, and successful trading.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thanks for joining us today for our Euro-focused Traders Summit, but we're glad to have people from all over the world joining in with us today. We have a bunch of great speakers and presenters. We're going to have a lot of great information that we're going to be sharing with everyone today, and we're excited to have you here. Real quick, before we dive too deep into things, I do quickly have to go through our legal disclaimer. So today's demonstration, it's designed to instruct you on using Metastock and accompanying software plugins, and is not a recommendation to buy or sell, but rather guidelines to interpreting and using the specific indicators and features within the software. The information, software, and techniques presented today should only be used by investors who are aware of the risk inherent in trading, and Metastock shall have no liability for any investment decisions based on the use of the software, any trading strategies, or information provided in connection with the company. Metastock does not endorse the purchase of any security, nor is it paid for the promotion of any security. No information contained in this presentation should be construed as investment advice or a solicitation to buy any security. So basically, we're just here to kind of teach you guys. We want to share some of our knowledge with you, but we're not giving you any specific advice on what to buy or sell in the markets. So we have a great lineup, as I mentioned. I know we kind of changed things up last week just slightly on the schedule, but we still have all the same speakers, thankfully. So we're going to have Daniel Sinnig up first, and then we'll be going throughout the day, and I'll be ending things. I am Bobby Hiller. I'll be the host today, so I'll be kind of tuning in between our speakers. I'll be helping to get your questions to the speakers as well. Some like to take questions throughout. Some might ask you to wait until the end of their presentation. But in any case, definitely we encourage you to chat either in YouTube or go to webinar. For those of you that haven't actually registered for the event today, it's not too late, and we actually have a bunch of free offers from all the presenters as well. So especially like if you're watching on YouTube, you might not have registered for the event yet, and you can do that at metastock.com/Euro-Summit. And if I just click in here real quick, you can see you can register now for free. You can kind of see what we'll be talking about throughout the day. And down here at the bottom, we have all those free bonus offers that you can opt into. You can select them all here, or just select the individual ones you want. And again, all of these are free. So if you haven't done that yet, I highly recommend it. With that being said, I'm going to introduce our first speaker for the day. So we have Daniel Sinnig. He's no stranger to coming on with us here at Metastock. I always like to have him in whenever I can because I think he does such a fantastic job kind of talking about the markets. He has a great history as well. He's very knowledgeable about the markets, about the indicators. So we're really excited to have him here today. Hey, Daniel, how are you doing?
Hey, Bobby. Hey, everyone. Good morning. How's it going?
Oh, yeah, it's going great. We're, happy to have you kick things off for us today. Really kind of looking forward to what you have to present. And I guess with that being said, too, I'll go ahead and get out of your way and let you take things over.
Yes, awesome. Well, thanks so much, Bobby, for the introduction. And a very welcome also from my side to this Metastock Euro Summit. And it's super exciting lineup of speakers. Let's see how the day pans out. We're off to a promising start, at least in the indices. So lots to talk about today. And let me go ahead and share my screen if I can work this out. There we go. All right. And please, Bobby, give me a quick heads up if my screen is now visible. Yeah, I can be able to see my screen. Awesome. Okay, perfect. All right. So, yes, so I do have chosen kind of a fancy and convoluted title at the same time for my presentation today. So it's Welcome to the World of AI. Know your odds before entering a trade. I try to put some interesting themes in there, and one theme that you can see here is, of course, the buzzword of this year, or perhaps last year even, AI, which of course stands for artificial intelligence. So AI is, present in all our lives nowadays. I think there's probably no one here in this room who has not heard of ChatGPT and all these awesome tools that have been created with the help of AI. It's really stunning. It's fascinating what can be done with artificial intelligence. But what I want to show you today, guys, is how AI can be used to help us make better trading decisions. And I'm going to show you one slide just to, provoke you a little bit. So let's have a look at this one here. And guys, chime in if you want in the chat. How would you trade if you knew the odds of having a successful trade before taking it? That's important, of course. Hindsight is always 20/20. But before you enter into a trade, if you knew, hey, the odds of winning my next trade is perhaps at 73% and the odds of losing 27. What would you do? And I think the answer to this is pretty straightforward. You would only take the trade when the odds are in your favor. And if they are not, you stay on the sidelines. And oftentimes, staying on the sidelines is the best trade advice that you may get because, if you can skip getting into a bad trade, why wouldn't you? And this is exactly what this presentation is all about. I am going to show you a technology, an AI-based technology, which attempts to predict the odds of your next trade directly on your price chart, or in case of Metastock, directly in your expert commentary. Sounds exciting? Let's get into it. And, we also like to put our money where our mouth is. And this is a trade which I called out at I believe my last Metastock appearance back in April 29, earlier on this year. And this was at the Metastock GOAT event. And in that event, I called out a trade. This is my trade of the day, or this was my trade of the day back then. It was to go long Motorola Solutions, MSI, ticker symbol MSI. The entry was via stop buy entry at 350, target at 368, and my stop loss at 342. And if you add all these up, this would give you a reward to risk ratio of 2.33. All right, so you can see the trade here. And let's see how this trade has panned out since April 29th. And this is shown on the chart here. You can still see my old drawings from back in the day, and look what has happened afterwards. So this trade as you can see here, has worked out very nicely. I was even a bit too conservative with our profit target. So we hit our target right here. There was a bit of a drawdown afterwards, a pullback. So I was kind of happy at the time to book profits, but then of course things really took off afterwards again. So there was a lot more potential in that trade. So this worked out great back in April. And Bobby, I'm not sure if that's you, but can you mute your microphone? I'm hearing some clicking, at least on me. That's fine. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, this trade worked out beautifully back in April 29. So for today, I have planned something similar. I'm also going to call out yet another trade of the day. And this is my trade of today, which I picked a bit earlier this morning. Yet another long entry. And this time it is going to go long Molina Healthcare. Ticker symbol MOH. Is stock in the S&P 500 in the healthcare sector. Entry, once again, with stop buy at 355, which is this blue line here. Our target all the way up here at 415, and our stop loss just below this gap at 315. And if we add all these figures up, we are getting a reward to risk ratio of around 1.5. All right, so what I'm going to show you today, and we're going to walk through this step by step, is I'm going to show you how I picked this particular trade and why I picked it with the help of our tools, our AI-based tools. And best of all, guys, the steps which I am going to show you can be reproduced and redone by everyone in this presentation. Because as you will see, these are actually quite mechanical. Couple of steps that you need to follow to find trades similar to this one or similar to the Motorola trade, which I called out back in April. All right, sounds like a plan. Let's get into it. Now, a few words about who am I? Basically, who's this guy calling out these trade ideas? Well, my name is Daniel Sinnig, and I am a founding partner of a company called TradingIndicators.com, which is our online store where we present our flagship indicators, including the one I'm going to demo today. But you know what? I didn't start off in the world of trading. Actually, it was quite a bit different. For the most part of my early career, my career objective was to become a university professor. So I went through all the a university professor in software engineering, I should say. So I went through all the levels. I did my master's in software engineering, my PhD, my postdoc. I started teaching at various universities in and around Montreal, which is where we are headquartered. But you know what? At the same time, I was always fascinated by the world of trading. So I started trading on the side. And as you may expect, when you just start out and treat things as a hobby, you make all kinds of mistakes. So I took too much risk, of course. I revenge traded. I traded when market conditions were not right, and so forth. And after donating quite a bit of money to the market, I came to the hard realization, oh man, trading is not as simple as I thought, and I need help. And for me, as a software engineer, needing help meant I need better tools, better indicators, which will help me make better trading decisions. So I rolled up my sleeves and I started programming. And the very first indicators which I've ever written were solely for my own purpose, to help me make better trading decisions. Once I realized, hey, this actually works. There's actually something in those indicators. It's helping me. Perhaps others will find help in these indicators as well. And this is really how our story, the story behind TradingIndicators.com, our company started. So this company was inaugurated about 10 years ago. And over the years, we have built hundreds, almost thousands of indicators for clients all over the world. We have a lot of clients in the US, but also in Europe, of course, in Asia, in South America, in Australia. It's been really quite a journey. And we have one common mission: to build tools to help clients make better trading decisions. All right, so enough about myself. Let's talk about what we have in stock today. And before I get started, a quick reminder that trading does contain substantial risk and therefore is not suited for every investor. If you trade, make sure to only use risk capital which is capital that you actually can afford to lose. When it comes to backtest performance or hypothetical performance or anything really based on historical data, keep in mind that this is not necessarily indicative of future performance, and any trade ideas and setups discussed in this webinar should not be construed as trade advice. These are for informational purposes only. All right, so now that the lawyers are happy as well, let's get back to the topic at hand. Remember, I'm going to show you guys in just a couple of steps using Metastock how I found this trade of today to go long Molina Healthcare at these levels with this profit target and this stop loss. So how did I do it? Well, as I mentioned, there are only a few steps involved. And step number one, on my mission to find an interesting trade setup, was to use the Metastock scanner. Now, let's back up for a little bit and let's talk about Metastock. So Metastock, I don't know, has been out there. I don't know, Bobby, maybe you have a better figure. I'd say for 30 years. So it's been really one of the classic trading platforms. And there's one feature. There's so many features built in, but there's this one feature where Metastock really stands out compared to pretty much any of its competition, which is the Metastock scanner. It is extremely powerful and extremely fast. And guess what? It is no coincidence that I used as step number one to run a Metastock scan. All right, so let me jump into Metastock right now. I'm going to set up the scan. I'm going to run it live in front of all of you right now. All right, so let me hop over to a Metastock, and I'm going to go to my Power Console right here. You can see it. And in order to run a scan in a Metastock, you need to open up the Exploration tab here. So I'm going to click on Explore. Perfect. And I'm going to pick one of our scans in this long list of available scans in Metastock. So I can go all the way down here. And all our scans are grouped under the Preface Trading Indicators, which is our company. So I'm going to run this particular scan here. It's called Divergence Cloud AO Signals Scan. I'm going to get into that scan in a second, but let me just start it real quick. And I'm going to run this scan on the daily time frame. You can see it here. I'm going to force the scanner to load 1,250 bars per symbol. And I am scanning through, let's see, all of the Dow Jones Industrials, I believe. I'm going to select this one. Just got deselected. When I just restart Metastock, it's fine. Let me go down further. I'm going to run it on the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 100, S&P 400, 500, and 600. And in total, these are, let me just quickly see how many symbols, 1,737 symbols. All right, so let's start it. So I'm going to click Start. And the scan is now starting. And for any luck, we should see a bit of progress indicated right here in this corner. You can see this is quite fast. The numbers go by really, really fast. So we're going to let this run. It typically will take about 2 to 3 minutes to run a scan of this size. All right, so while this is running, let me go back to my slides because I'd like to explain to you what I'm actually doing right now. So I am running what's called a Divergence Cloud scan. Now, what is Divergence Cloud? What is this weird name? Well, Divergence Cloud is one of our flagship indicators for Metastock. We also have it for other platforms, but let's keep Metastock in mind for today. So it's Divergence Cloud, and as the name suggests, it's an indicator which detects, well, divergence. And divergence, if you don't know what it is, it basically means there is a disagreement of sorts between a price move and an underlying indicator. And if they disagree, if they kind of show contradictory information, then this could be a telltale sign that, hey, something is up. And oftentimes this leads to perhaps a trend reversal or perhaps a pullback. Two interesting phenomena in the market which can present interesting trade ideas. Now, this is not just any Divergence Cloud indicator. In fact, it is based on our very own proprietary notion of divergence, which we termed volatility momentum divergence. I'm not going to get into the details of this, but just to say that this form of divergence seems to be, at least in our research, one of the most telling ones when it comes to finding these pullbacks and trend reversals. And of course, this indicator is equipped with our AI-assisted odds prediction technology. You know, they're trying to, what are the odds of winning my next trade? Yes, this indicator has this stuff built in. All right, cool. So I'm gonna run a scan for these kind of divergences. And we're not just gonna run any scan. So of course, it's just any exploration in Metastock. But what is happening underneath the hood is actually quite stunning. Let me quickly explain to you what the scan is completing, what is happening underneath the cover, so to say. Well, we are performing what is called a generation 3 scan, which exceeds by quite a bit a plain old normal signal scan. So generation 1, this is a quick history lesson, is a regular scan. We'll just simply scan for buy or sell signals. Now, you've all done it. And the scanner will pick up a couple of symbols which currently have a buy signal or a sell signal on the price chart. Well, so far so good. There's nothing wrong with that. But what we don't know necessarily when we scan for these buy and sell signals, and let me quickly perhaps hide my camera because I just got a message that the internet strength is not as fast as it should be. So perhaps this is a bit better now. So what we don't know with a generation 1 scan is how well are these signals actually potentially are working out, because everything is treated the same. A buy signal for IBM is treated the same as a buy signal for Tesla, which is treated the same as a buy signal for Microsoft, and so forth. There's no way of prioritizing one signal over the other. No way to do this. Well, this is where generation 2 comes in. With generation 2 scanning, we are actually using extra information, which will allow us to sort and rank our signals. Isn't this awesome? Because that way, we can focus on the signals which have the highest chance of succeeding. And this is, for us as traders, of course, this is always important. We can't trade all of them. So if we only can trade a few of them, we should as well focus on the ones which have the highest chance of succeeding. Wouldn't you agree? All right, so this is generation 2. But now we have even pushed this one step further. What we performed just right now was a generation 3 scan. And what we do in generation 3 is everything what we've done for generation 2, we're able to rank our signals, but we are also using optimized parameters on a per symbol basis. What does this mean? Well, typically, when you run a normal scan, a Gen 1 scan, let's say, you're using the same parameters, whether it's IBM you're scanning through, or Tesla, or Microsoft, or NVIDIA, always the same parameters. A kind of one-size-fits-all approach, which may or may not be the best idea. But what generation 3 does, it will use optimized parameters on a per symbol basis. So whenever a new symbol is loaded, the scanner performs an optimization automatically and then uses the optimal settings to run the scan, in addition to showing the predicted win rates for every scan result. And this is what we have just done, a generation 3 signal scan. All right, enough talking. Let me go back to Metastock and let's see if we have completed our scan. Yes, we have completed it. I know I talk a lot. I guess I talk more than 4 minutes, because here you can see that this scan took 4 minutes to complete. All right, not bad. And let's see what kind of results we have received. We can see here in our results tab that we have a total of 30 hits. So we scanned through 1,522 symbols, and 30 of them are of interest to us right now. Let me do one thing right off the bat. Let me sort my signals, let's say by long entry signals, because these scan results here, they show you both the long entries and also the short entries. But let's focus on the long entries for now. So we can see here that we have quite a few long entries. You can see this number 1 printed here. That means this symbol has a long entry. And if you go down here, we can see that, quite a few of them, probably around 25, 26 perhaps, of these symbols currently have a long entry. Great. All right. Now, this is perfect. And let me just open up one of them. So I'm going to go just perhaps with the first one here, whatever this one is. I'm just maybe, yeah, there we go. And let me open this up onto the chart. There we go. And all right, it's opening up. And we can see here, let me just hide this here for just a second. We can see this signal here, or this symbol here, I should say, indeed does have a long entry signal. You can see it right here, long entry signal. Perfect. So this worked quite nicely. All right, let's open up another one just to, as a proof of concept. Amazon has one too. I guess everybody knows Amazon, so I'm going to click on it. I'm going to open it up in my price chart here. And also Amazon, once this loads, I'm going to discuss of what we actually see on the chart, also currently does have a long entry signal. Beautiful. So this seems to work quite nicely. But what do we actually see here on the chart? So for this, let me make this a little bit bigger. And actually, guys, what I also want to do, just to make sense of this presentation, let me go back real quick, and I'm going to let this run in the background. Let me go back to my Power Console real quick. Just bear with me for a second, because one thing I forgot to do in order to make this match, I need to use the same scan parameters which I used before the market open. And the Metastock this actually can be achieved quite easily by simply putting yesterday's state, because the market opened up just right now, which is great. But typically when I use an end of day scan, what I do is I am using the fully closed bar when it closed. So I'm just going to go one day back and restart my exploration. But let's focus for a second what's happening here on the chart. So we're back to Amazon, and we can see, and we just bring this down a little bit, we can see that, okay, we do have a long entry signal here. And this is exactly what these big green arrows are. So this is a long entry signal. Here we have another one, here another one, and so forth. We also have short entry signals, which are these bigger red arrows right here. Great. So, okay, we have all these entry signals. But you know what? Entering into a trade is one thing. Everybody can just enter into a trade. But what really matters in trading is how you manage your trade. I have this little episode which I sometimes like to tell. So two traders, they're meeting in the trading room, let's say around 9:45 in the morning. The cash market just opened. And Trader Joe decides, hey, I'm going to go along the S&P 500. And Trader Tom says, I'm going to go short at the same time. So basically, they're opening up opposite positions. But at the end of the day, both ended up profitable. How is that possible? And the answer lies 100% in trade management and how to time your exits. So finding the right exit is just as important as finding your entry. This is why we have equipped this indicator also with exit information. You see these little small arrows here in the opposite directions? These are suggestions when to book partial profits. The number of partial profits that you want to book along the way can be set in the settings of the indicator. So here again, long entry, partial profit, partial profit, partial profit, and then we close our position entirely when a signal in the opposite direction comes along. Same here, long entry, partial profit here, partial profit up there, and then we close everything out once the short entry signal came along. And it's the same for the short direction. So we entered short here. Amazon, nice follow through. We booked partial profits here. Another one right after this earnings gap down here. And then just right now, this would have been assigned to you to close down your short entry and reverse it to the long side in Amazon. All right. So this is for the signals. And another thing that you see directly on this chart here is the bar colors. So you can see some colors are greenish, other ones are reddish. What is that? Well, this is the detection of either bullish or bearish divergence done by the indicator. This is also mimicked down here in this ribbon, which is exactly the same as you see on the bars. So a green color means bullish divergence, whereas a red color means bearish divergence. You will only see a short entry signal when we are in a phase of bearish divergence, and you will only see a long entry signal when we are in a phase of bullish divergence. All right, so far so good. But you may ask, where is this crazy odds prediction technology, which will tell me the odds of winning my next trade? Where is it? Well, in MetaStock, this can be seen directly in the expert commentary. So you can open it up by right-clicking on your chart. You go to Expert Advisor, and you enable commentary. And in my case, it's already enabled. And I just need to drag up this window a little bit here. Yeah, there we go. This is really cool. MetaStock, you can see commentary basically for every single bar on the chart. So if I click on a different bar, it will, give me the commentary for example, for July 1st. Or if I want to see the commentary for today's bar, I will see it for August 19. And what we see here, let me just scroll down a little bit, is our odds prediction technology. We can see, for example, that across all bars, our long signals have been working out of a 78.26 efficiency, and our short signals with 66.13%. Now, this is a daily chart of Amazon. Amazon has been trending up over time, of course, quite a bit. So it is not surprising that our long efficiency is better than our short efficiency. But how do we interpret this information? Well, it is basically a forecast that what to expect from your next signal. And we can see that long signals have been working out better than short signals. And US traders, for example, you can use this information that, if a short signal should come along, even though these worked out quite nicely, perhaps take it with a grain of salt and perhaps not even follow it. But if a long signal comes along, well, it's a different case because long signals, at least historically speaking, have been working out better than our short signals. All right, so this is for Amazon, but let me quickly go back to my exploration, which is once again complete. And let's have a look at the results here. And for some reason, well, I guess it's a live presentation. I do not see the exact same results as I had seen before, but it doesn't matter. Let's just do this live. So here I get all my results, all my long signals. But we talked about generation 2 scanning, where we can actually rank our signals. Well, let's move over a little bit here. What do we see here? Do you see these two numbers here, or these two columns? Long IET and short IET. These are fancy column names for our predicted long win rate to the long direction and the predicted short win rate to the short direction. And guess what I'm doing right now? I am going to sort my signals by this win rate. Since we are interested in going long, let's sort by our long IET rate. So I click on this column and I can see that, hey, my number one result, you can see it here, is for synopsis.o. And for some reason, this doesn't match what I've seen earlier, but I get to the bottom of this a bit earlier, a bit later. We can see here that the win rate for our long trades has been at a stunning 90.47%. Hey, let's check it out. So I'm going to open up this chart now for synopsis. All right, I believe this was a trade I called out a bit earlier, but let's have a look now. All right, there we go. All right, so I'm going to make this a bit bigger. And of course, we do see our long entry signal here, which is great. And in fact, you know what? I do like this trade as well. I'm going to explain to you why. Look at how beautiful this chart looks like. Let me just hide this for a second. Why do I think this is beautiful? Well, and this is not rehearsed, by the way. For some reason, it's a different symbol I saw before. But look where we are right now. If we just draw a trend channel here, what do we see? Well, over time, our synopsis, let me just take this one here and connect the highs as well. Well, synopsis is in an uptrend. You don't need a PhD in finance to determine this. We are in an uptrend. So, well, first takeaway is, hey, we are in an uptrend. Ideally, we want to trade with the overarching trend direction. So it's awesome that we actually do have a long entry signal here. Beautiful. All right. So long entry signal is great because this is an uptrend. but not every trend trade is a good idea. Let's just, do some home exercise here. Let's say you detect this uptrend here, and perhaps you want to enter somewhere at this level. Do you think this would be a good entry? No. Why? Because we are entering into this trend when it's overextended, when we are at the upper end of this trend channel. It's not ideal. It's very pricey here. We would have to pay a lot. And our stop loss, if we want to play it conservatively, would be all the way down here, perhaps, at the lower end of this trend channel. That's like miles away, with potential resistance all the way at this upper end here. As a trend trader, we want to focus our entry when we are at the lower end of the trend channel. See this nice pullback here towards the lower end? And right now, we actually do have evidence that this pullback towards the lower end has ended, and now it's reversing once again to the upside. So I really like this setup here for Synopsys. Beautiful. And if we go down to our win rates, we can see that, hey, indeed, our win rate for the entire chart is at 90.48%. Same to what we saw on the scanner. So a very high win rate for our long entries. We are in an uptrend, and we're at least trading with the overarching trend, and we are just had a pullback, which it seems to at least has come to an end, and now the overarching trend is resuming. All right, so this looks pretty promising, but let me quickly go back one more time to my chart. So we run the scan, we sorted our scan results, we looked at the chart, but one thing I'd like to stress, it is so important, and this holds true for any single indicator that you may use. It is so important that you take the signals with which I would call a grain of salt. Don't always take it blindly. Do your own bit of analysis as well. Yeah, and most importantly, try to understand, does this signal fit into the current market conditions? If yes, great. Let's plan out our trade. If no, perhaps stay on the sidelines. So let's do this analysis ourselves one more time with this Synopsys trade. So I'm going to go back here to my trade here, and I'm going to open up another indicator which fits into this. And you may have already seen it. Oops, if I can find it, give me a second. There we go. This indicator down here. And I'm going to hide the expert commentary just for a second. There we go. All right. So, and you may have already seen it before. This strange looking, actually, I don't find it strange at all, indicator beneath the price chart, which has these green patches and these red patches. And, once again, it doesn't require a PhD in finance to see that over at least the last year or 1.5 years. This goes back all the way to January 2023. It has been predominantly green. So once again, this is a very clear sign that we are in an uptrend. Okay, but every once in a while, we do see these reddish areas coming in. And guess what these are? These are pullbacks in an uptrend. And as a trend trader, a healthy pullback is exactly what you would like to see, because that gives you a much better entry opportunity. You're getting in at a much better price if you decide to enter into the trend direction, and you're having less risk on the table because your stop loss can be much nearer by. All right, perfect. So we're having these pullbacks every once in a while. And if you go all the way to the end here, you can see that we just recently had this fairly steep pullback. You can see here it went all red, but then it has become green again. Awesome. Because this is a sign, hey, this pullback, at least it seems, has come to an end, and now the overarching trend is resuming. Perfect. And this is exactly what makes this trade so interesting right now, because we are facing the end of a pullback, and we have an entry signal with our divergence cloud indicator, which shows us, hey, this is an area of bullish divergence, meaning in this case that this bearish pullback is ending and now will reverse potentially to the upside. And on top of this, we do have, I'll go back one more time to our expert commentary, we do have these awesome win rates across all bars at 90.48% for our long signals. So 90% of our long signals have been working out great for synopsis.o. Awesome trade. Perfect. So this is yeah, how I would approach and how I would use Metastock to find a trade of interest. All right. So let me quickly see if there are any questions which I could take. Let me just quickly see here in our chat box. Yeah. What about other asset classes? That was a question that came in. Great question and great segue. So what we have seen here right now works for any asset class. So I've shown you here an example of, the daily chart for a stock, but this is not limited to daily charts and stocks. You can use this technology, the scanner and the trend radar indicator here in our divergence cloud indicator with any asset class, be it futures, be it ETFs, indices, cryptos, even, or FX. No problem whatsoever. You can also use it on any time frame. So here an example. This is, let me just go back here if I can find it. This is Marriott on the 10-minute time frame. And look what we had here. This signal here, this long entry signal, came in last Friday once the market closed. And look what happened today. And this is the 10-minute time frame. This could have been a beautiful opportunity to do a quick scalp with Marriott. Nice work on this. Is we knew about the signal when we ran our scan on the weekend. This long entry signal has happened on Friday, and a nice follow through today. Beautiful. And let me perhaps also quickly bring up the S&Ps as another example. Now here, once again, and we've all seen the craziness of the market conditions as of late. But let's put this into context. Let me just hide this real quick here, the expert commentary. All right, there we go. So let's see what we have here with the S&Ps. Well, first of all, look at what trend radar is showing us down here. Is more green or more red? Definitely more green. It's a huge uptrend. Of course, we all knew this. But everybody panicked when we had this big sell-off 2 weeks ago or so. But guess what this just was? You see this little red patch here? This was a pullback within a very strong uptrend. And what has happened since? Price resumed in the direction of the overarching trend. What's really interesting, this is the daily chart here, is that we just recently, when was that? That was last Friday. Friday, we did have a long entry signal for our divergence cloud indicator, which, goes hand in hand very nicely with what we are seeing here on our trend radar indicator. Hey, that this was just a pullback. This pullback seems to be over now, and we may as well see a resumption of the overarching trend to the upside. All right, and let me quickly check our win rates on this particular symbol, on SPY. You scroll down here. Let me move this over. There we go. Okay, and we are at 87% for long entry signals. Beautiful. Not so much for shorts. Not surprising because we've been in an uptrend for so long. It doesn't mean that shorts will not work out. Just work out at 50% off at a time. But of course, some short signals, as you can see here, would have worked out beautifully for the S&Ps as well. Yeah. All right. Perfect. So yeah, this was for the question on which asset classes this works. Now let me quickly go back to my slides and let's put this into context. What we saw is our divergence cloud indicator, which gives us these nice buy and sell entry signals along with our win rate prediction. But if we combine this with our trend radar indicator, which is this heat map underneath the chart, we can really find the trades where everything comes together. Because, for example, if you want to go long, we want to go long when perhaps this symbol is currently in a long-term uptrend and just experienced a pullback, which is coming to an end. These are prime opportunities to go long. And trend radar, this indicator underneath the price chart, will allow us to find exactly these kind of pullbacks, which as trend traders are so powerful. So that's what this indicator will give to you. All right. So just to sum up and to go to step number 3 is we then need to plan out our trade. So for this, and let me go back one more time to Metastock here. So let's go back to the scan results, which I found earlier today for Molina Health. So this is Molina Healthcare on the daily time frame. this came out on my scanner when I ran it over the weekend. You can see here the long entry signal actually came in on Friday when this block closed on Friday. That's why I picked it up before this presentation. And I really liked this trade. Why? Once again, if I zoom out here, let's have a look at the at our trend radar indicator. Is it more green or more red? Well, it is more green for sure. But we do have these bigger red patches here, which are strong pullbacks within, an uptrend. There's definitely an uptrend here. If you just look at this chart, it's trending up, but we do have these substantial pullbacks along the way. So in this case, what I really liked about this one, just by looking at the heat map below, is we had this substantial pullback. Guess what? Look at this last line here. It's all green, meaning it is not unlikely that this pullback now has finally come to an end. And on top of this, we do see our long entry signal. Beautiful. This is why I've chosen this particular symbol as my trade of today. If I were to take this trade, I would enter at around 350. I'd like to see this this swing high to be broken. So around 350 here with my stop loss just below this gap here. Not sure what this gap was. I believe it was probably an earnings gap. So if you see attempts of a gap fill, I'm not so interested anymore. I'm going to be out of this trade. So I would put my stop loss just below this this gap, and my take profit just to be conservative. I believe this stock can go way higher, but I just want to place it just below this all-time high here. This was the wrong drawing tool. There we go. Just around this area here, just below this all-time high. Why? Because as price approaches or reapproaches an all-time high, a pullback is not unlikely, at least an initial pullback. If I don't want to give back our profits, I perhaps will put my first profit target around this level. And this is exactly what we have done for our trade of the day today. All right. So step number 3 is to plan out your trade. And if you, put everything together, your entry, where you want to exit in terms of a stop loss, or you take profit, you can do very important things. First of all, knowing where your stop is, you can position size properly. Because every single trade should stay within your risk tolerance. But you can only really do this once you know where's my stop loss. How much can I potentially lose when I get stopped out? Well, once you know your stop loss, you can calculate this, and you can calculate your position size. So to make sure that you don't lose more than you want to lose on that trade. But you can also calculate your reward to risk once you know where your target is in addition. In this case, we can see, hey, my reward to risk is definitely more than 1, probably like 1.5 or perhaps even 2, just by looking at these ratios here. All right, perfect. So this is how we plan out our trade. And just to sum up real quick what we have seen here today. So we've seen our divergence cloud indicator, which will give you these clear entry signals and exit signals, an indicator which runs everywhere. So we've seen our mainly stocks charts today, but this indicator will run on futures, it will run on indices, ETFs, FX, crypto, it doesn't really matter. But also run on every time frame, be it the daily time frame, be it the 1-minute time frame, the 50-minute time frame, anything. There's really no restriction. The indicator comes with our real-time odds estimation technology, which will show you directly in the expert commentary, in case of Metastock, what is the predicted win rate of my next long trade and my next short trade. And the last item here is something we haven't even talked about yet. This indicator comes with our auto optimization feature, which will find the best parameter depending on the symbol and time frame at hand, the best parameters. What do I mean by that? So quickly, I'm going to go back one more time. And if you look at our expert commentary down here, we can see that, hey, this indicator tested through 180 different combinations of parameters, and then finally settled on these ones. So these are some parameters that the indicator uses for this particular symbol, for Molina Healthcare, which give us this kind of performance at 87% or 85% win rate across all the bars in the chart. And guess what? Whenever you now change time frame or change symbols, these parameters here will adapt automatically, because every symbol, every time frame has a different set of optimal parameters. And the indicator will do this auto optimization automatically for you. So you don't have to fiddle around with the parameters manually yourself. All right. So this is what we've seen so far. Now, you may ask yourself the question, hey, is this indicator potentially for me? Well, let me say one thing. It doesn't really matter whether you are a day trader, a scalper, a swing trader, or an investor. You could take advantage of these two indicators because they will run on all time frames and chart types. No restrictions whatsoever. It also doesn't matter whether you trade stocks, FX, futures, cryptos, or something else. No problem. These indicators will work on any asset class and on all symbols. And they will also run on different platforms. So, of course, these work great on Metastock, and we have packaged up predefined Metastock explorations and scans with our indicators. So this works great on Metastock. And of course, it's fully compatible with the latest Metastock 19 version. But we also provide these indicators for MetaTrader 4 and 5, for NinjaTrader, TradingView, of course, Thinkorswim, TradeStation, ModifWave, and Wealth Charts. So a lot of variety that you could pick from when it comes to these indicators. Now, if you still don't question yourself, hey, could I really make or take advantage of these indicators? Hey, if you're a little bit like me, and if you believe that, good tools can make your life easier and good trading tools can make your trading life easier, then this indicator is definitely for you. Why? Because it does all the heavy lifting for you. It tries to predict directly in the expert commentary, hey, what are the odds of winning my next trade? It does an auto optimization for you. So you don't have to fiddle around with the parameters yourself. It will find the best parameters based on the symbol and time frame at hand. And you can scan for signals using the Metastock Explorer, finding your symbols of signals. And on top of this, you can rank those signals, focusing on the ones which look most promising. So in the end, these are all things that the indicator will do for you so that you, as a trader, can focus on the most important thing in trading, which is to check all the boxes on your checklist to eventually make that very important decision. Should I take this trade or should I potentially stay on the sidelines? This is where you want to focus your mental energy on, not on all the other tedious stuff. Indicators are much better to do that for you. Now, before we get to our symbols roundtable, and I'm going to take more questions, let me explain to you how you can take advantage of this offer. We have put together something what we call the Trading Indicators Welcome Package. So this is a package which gives you lifetime access to the two indicators which you have just seen. So you will get our divergence cloud indicator with its buy signals, its sell signals, with the odds prediction, the win rate prediction, and with the auto optimization technology, of course, for life. So you're going to get all this. You will also get, as a bonus offer, our access to our exclusive member sessions and live market sessions, and access to our Discord channel. Typically, we offer this at $9.97 per year, but if you take advantage of this offer today, you will be enrolled into these live sessions for life at no extra cost. It will come with this purchase. You will also get our Trend Radar indicator, which allows you to see at a glance what are the current market conditions doing to make sure that whatever signal you see with Divergence Cloud matches and is compatible with the current market conditions. All right, and you get an ebook on Divergence Cloud to make sure that you will get started on the right foot, along with an ebook on how to use our Trend Radar indicator. So if you want to take advantage of, I believe it's a great offer, simply go to tradingindicators.com. So www.tradingindicators.com. This is our homepage /Metastock. This has also been posted into the chat window. So tradingindicators.com /Metastock. If you want to take advantage of this, I believe, very lucrative lifetime deal. So you never have to pay a single penny again if you take advantage of this offer. All right. So with that, let me see if there are any questions. Bobby or anyone, have there been any questions so far? Or did I overwhelm everyone with my talking?
No, you've been doing a great job. Earlier, you had touched on how it works on multiple asset classes, and
Yes.
somebody wanted to clarify if it also works on Forex.
Oh yeah, it works in Forex. So just the same way, Forex or crypto, you can either, you do it in MetaStock, open up your X chart there or your crypto chart on different time frames, be it the 1 minute, the 5 minute, 10 minute, or if you, for some reason, doing swing trades on FX, you can do that too on the daily time frame. And the auto optimization, works just as well on FX as it does on equities, for example. Yeah, no problem there whatsoever. All right. Okay, so if there are no particular symbol requests, maybe let me show you a couple of symbols, which I found quite interesting this morning. So let me go to one, which was, we looked at this by, VRT. Yes, that one. Okay, so here, once again, I have, there we go. I have loaded up our divergence cloud indicator. And I believe I looked at this stock a bit early on today. You can see that we have been in an uptrend, but recently, this trend, at least now, has seen quite a strong pullback. You can see it here. We definitely broke these trend lines. And of course, if I scroll back, I can see this uptrend from a longer term perspective is still very much in place, and we're just seeing, once again, a big pullback here. But pullbacks are not only opportunities to re-enter into the overarching trend direction. They can also be opportunities to do like a short-lived or sell play here. So for example, here our divergence cloud indicator, let's see it right here, did give us an interesting short signal. And if you are perhaps more on the aggressive side, you could say we just broke this trend line to the downside. Maybe this downwards move will be more substantial. It's not just a shallow pullback, it's perhaps a more substantial pullback. This is exactly what we saw in the aftermath. So we went short here. We had a partial exit here, another one, but we're still short this trade. We're going to stay short until either all the partial exits are triggered or until we see a long entry signal. So you can play this in both directions, but of course you always have to manage your expectations. You are going against the overarching trend direction, so you want to manage this trade very closely, for example. But yeah, you're not limited to only go in the direction of the overarching trend. It's my favorite way of doing it, of trading, because it's, I believe, a very easy way to trade. But you're not limited to this. So if you're more of a contrarian trader and you want to bet on the fact, hey, I'm thinking a reversal might be coming up and I want to be one of the early adopters, well, I can use these divergence cloud signals here as well, because in the end, they're all about divergence. And divergence can be, it tells us, hey, this long trend is completely coming to an end, and we may see an entire trend reversal. It is possible. In the end, the constant divergence works on all kinds of time horizons, either from a very long-term point of view where an entire regime is changing, or perhaps it can indicate to you that, hey, a pullback just came to an end and the overarching trend is resuming. All right. So this was just another example of how we can use the trend or the divergence cloud indicators in formation. All right. So a quick reminder, if you want to take advantage of this offer, it is a limited offer. As a special thank you for attending this MetaStock Euro Summit for $497, available at tradingindicators.com/MetaStock. And you will get in this offer our divergence cloud indicator, which shows you these entries to the long and short side directly on your price chart. You're going to see your exits, and you will also see the predicted win rates, and it comes with auto optimization. You will also be invited to our members-only live sessions. And the next one, for example, is already taking place tomorrow. Actually, we have these every Tuesday at 12 p.m. Eastern. These are all recorded, by the way, so if you cannot make it, no problem. You will get access to the recordings. And in these live sessions, you will learn, our view on the markets, tips and tricks on using our indicators on various platforms, how to run scans, how to automate your trading, and so forth. You will also be invited to our members-only Discord channel, which is closely moderated and oftentimes the fastest way of getting an answer to any questions you may have. So this is in the package as well. And of course, you will get our trend radar indicator, which shows this heat map underneath your price chart, allowing you to see at a glance what the long-term, medium-term, and short-term market conditions are doing, making it, for example, very easy to identify a complete trend reversal or perhaps a pullback within an uptrend. And last but not least, you're also going to get our 2 ebooks on how to trade with the trend radar indicator and how to trade with our magic divergence cloud indicator. And all this available at tradingindicators.com/metastock. All right, so with this, I'm coming to the end of this presentation. Should there be a question which I didn't get to today, no problem. You can always reach out to us at info@tradingindicators.com or simply go to our homepage, tradingindicators.com. In the top right corner, you see a contact item in the main menu. Click on it. It will bring you to our contact form. Put your question there and it goes straight to my inbox. And we make sure to get back to all your questions as soon as we can. All right. So, Bobby, I believe that's all from my side today.
All right. Yeah, perfect. As always, thank you so much. You did a fantastic job. I love how you really, show Metastock kind of throughout the majority of it, and how you always have like fresh charts and kind of ideas and things to share with us. So yeah, great work. Thanks again for, participating and opening up the event for us today, Daniel. We really appreciate it. And, I hope you enjoy the rest of your week, the rest of your travels, because I know you're kind of out and about right now.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Thanks, Bobby. Have a great conference, everyone, and talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
Cheers. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and make myself the presenter here again. I'll go ahead and click to show my screen. Let's see. All right, yeah, so that was Daniel, and it looks like we're right at the top of the hour, so that's perfect. There's just a couple of things I want to touch on with you guys. Daniel pretty much covered everything, but I wanted to let you guys know that here at Metastock, we do also offer pretty much free, unlimited support to all of our users. So if you were to sign up for Daniel's special offer to get his Divergence Cloud and the Trend Radar inside of Metastock, also on top of that, you get Metastock and all of its charting tools and all of that. And if you need help getting set up with the software or anything like that, we actually offer like a one-on-one service at no cost to you for every single one of our clients, where we'll do kind of a full demo in Metastock, make sure everything's kind of set up to your liking, that you have all the data and everything that you need within the platform. We can help you save favorites and things of that nature. But basically, we'll just walk you through the platform, kind of show you how everything works. We can help you get set up with your indicators from Daniel or any other presenters today. And so I just want to make sure that you guys know this is one of the things that we're the best known for, is our fantastic support here. And so that will come with even just a free trial of Metastock or something of that nature. We would still give you all of this unlimited support. I also wanted to mention, in case you're not very familiar with Metastock, I know a lot of you are already like existing clients, or you've heard about Metastock because we have been around for 30, 40 plus years if you really go back to the very start of Metastock. But we have, in the last 30 years in a row, won the Stocks and Commodities Reader's Choice Award for the best analytical platform in our price category. So literally over 30 straight years in a row. So that kind of goes to speak a little bit about the credibility of Metastock here. And if you guys, needed a trial of Metastock, or needed to get Metastock to go along, with the trading indicators that Daniel presented, or if you just want to, kind of give it a try, if you want to go through that one-on-one session I was just talking about, you can sign up and get a trial. We're happy to help you with that. You can also see several of our different offers from today's event by visiting metastock.com/euro deal. And you can get Metastock daily charts for like the European, Middle East, Africa market, because this is the Euro Summit starting at just $59. But we have global regions. So whether you're in the US, you're in Asia, anywhere, we can still get you all taken care of. Or you can also get intraday data with Metastock and Zenith, and we have offers for that as well. Something I real quickly wanted to touch on here. So with Daniel, as I mentioned, he's no stranger to presenting with us, and we actually have several of his trading systems inside of Metastock. So he talked about the Divergence Cloud as well as the Trend Radar, and we actually have a system that we developed with him called the Power Bundle 360, and this is going to include the Divergence Cloud plus 2 additional indicators that we created with them, creating the full Power Bundle as kind of discussed here. And this will give you additional indicators and trend following tools, help you identify breakouts, things of that nature. So we have that created. Plus, he made an additional system with us utilizing a lot of that auto optimization and things of that nature, which is called Super Signals. And what Super Signals here will do, will take all the different indicators from them and it waits for alignments of them. So as you can see on this quick screen here, like on a bronze signal in Super Signals, this would say that at least 2 of the indicators are aligned, but the third one isn't. Or you can get a silver, where you're going to get like a volatility breakout or breakdown for the upcoming trend direction. A gold is having 2 of the indicators trigger at the same time in the same direction on the same bar. And then the rarest signal of all is the platinum signal, where you have all 3 indicators signaling at the same time here in the same direction on the same bar. So this is a very, very rare signal. Same with gold, very rare. But both of those trading systems from tradingindicators.com, that's from Daniel Sinnig and his team, are available in part of our bundled package that we're offering today. And this bundled package is going to take kind of all the different systems from the creators today, plus some additional things that we're kind of offering in there. And you can get Metastock with it too. But so getting Super Signals, Power Bundle 360, plus our Elasticity 2 trading system, which you'll learn about a little bit more later today, and the Sublime Trading's Market Advantage Toolkit, 3 months access to that as well. The normal retail price on getting all of this, as well as a subscription to learn Metastock, is over $4,000, so $4,385. I wanted to let you guys know we are doing like a special bundled plan where you're going to get more off on these packages than you're ever going to see any other time. And we're going to cut that price down to just $1,545 for everything on there. And if you were interested in that offer, you can sign up for that at metastock.com/Euro deal. Or if you have questions about any of this, or just want to sign up for one offer, or you just want that like Power Bundle 360 with Super Signals, so you kind of get everything from tradingindicators.com at a discount, come into our chat room, metastock.com/sales chat. And they can kind of answer any of the questions that you might have and help you sign up for some of these additional offers. I did just want to make sure that you guys are aware that we do have this special bundled plan. But of course, you're also willing to just hang around and learn today. Or, if you're just interested in one specific offer from somebody, you can take advantage of that too. I just wanted you guys to know, if you're really looking for some value out of your dollars, I would recommend checking out our Euro Summit Trader Pack that we put together. All right. So with that said, you can also sign up for a trial of Metastock if you need it at that same link, the metastock.com/Euro deal. But I know I'm already going into our next speaker's time a little bit here. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of introduce him, have him on. We have Zdenko from the ABCD with his ABCD wave theory. Zdenko, how are you doing today?
Hi, how are you doing, my friend? I'm doing good. Great, actually.
Great. Hey, that's what I like to hear. It's fantastic to have you on today. I'm really glad you could come on to present with us again. I'm also really looking forward to meeting up with you next month for the Trading Fest with the Best in Croatia. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun as well. But I'm interested to see what you're kind of what you've put together and what you're going to be showing to all of us today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make you the presenter so you can kind of take over and I can get out of your hair here.
Okay. I will share my my cam to see me. Okay.
Perfect.
I can,
Yep, I can see you.
one more time, hello to everybody. Nice. It's very nice to be here, actually, with you again. For a second time, and I'm proud that I will have time today to show ABCD strategy, actually an ABCD wave theory. Actually, how to share my presentation? What I need to.
So I did just send over a request to make you the presenter. I think you would have had a pop-up that says asking you which.
Okay, okay. I just click it to disappear. Can you do it again, please?
Yep, just one moment.
Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, you should get another pop-up.
Yeah, show my screen.
There we go. Yeah, so I can see you have a light crude chart open in Metastock.
No. I would like to share another one screen.
Okay, no problem. So if you go into your GoToWebinar, there's a section that says sharing, and you can click under that, and it'll let you choose the screen that you're sharing.
Show, okay, sharing, okay. Show screen.
Yep, and then you can choose a screen.
I understand. Okay, clean screen one. And now.
Okay, yep, so now I see the ABCD wave theory slideshow, it looks like.
Yeah, and how I can change the same way between this monitor and another one. So just
yeah, or if you're going to also be showing Metastock, maybe you could just drag Metastock onto
okay,
the screen that
okay, on that screen. Okay, thank you very much for your help and for your assistance.
Pleasure. I'll be here if you need anything else.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm glad that you mentioned our conference in September, on 21st of September, Saturday, conference Trading Fest with the best in Zagreb. So guys, if you will have time, please come on our conference and to see Bobby and me alive, and to join, to spend some time with us on that conference. It will be a very interesting conference. Okay, let's start with today's presentation. Actually, I would like to share this disclaimer with you. All the information made in presentation are generally provided to serve as an example only, without obligation, without specific recommendation for action. It does not constitute and cannot replace investment advice. In view of the high risk, you should only carry out such transaction if you understand the nature of the contracts and contractual relationships you are entering into, and if you are able to fully assess the extent of your risk potential. Trading with futures, options, forex, CFDs, stocks, cryptocurrency, and similar financial instruments is not suitable for many people. You should carefully consider whether trading is appropriate for you based on your experience, your objectives, your financial situation, and other relevant circumstances. I would like to draw attention to the leverage effect of trading, which can work both for you and against you. Exploiting such leverage effects can lead to large losses in trading on one hand and to high profits on the other. Past performance gives no indication of the future results. So you understand all what is this disclaimer about. Before we start, no profession requires more hard work, intelligence, patience, and mental discipline than successful speculation. Actually, I am a daily trader, active trader. My trading day is I close my all position during the one trading day. Sometimes if it's my position have some potential, I leave them for another day, but I'm very happy to close them all during the day, actually till 10 o'clock according to Central European time. So if you want to be active trading daily trader, the best way is to close position, to close all position during one trading session. Something about me. I'm a trader, like I said. I'm trading with currency pairs, gold, silver, leverage trading mostly, and I'm doing this for more than 20 years. Actually, from 2003, I'm active in trading. I'm also money manager, doing some copy trading. I'm lecturer and mentor. I'm the owner of abcdtrading.com website. I'm doing for Zagreb Stock Exchange Academy. I'm a lecturer there for last 10 years. I'm the member of executive board for South and Eastern Europe Market Technician Association also. And proudly, I'm more than 12 years sales representative for Metastock, and know you guys for more than 10 years, and thank you for that. Today's session, we will say something about ABCD price movement. It's actually like I like to call it trading alphabet. What is the easiest way to identify point C? Stop loss and take profit strategy according to this ABCD price movement. Additional technical tools which I'm using in with this price pattern, 10 AMA, 20 AMA, and RSI. A lower time frame versus higher time frame in trading strategies based on the ABCD wave pattern, and some of trading tips that you can use in your daily or swing trading and so on, actually according to your risk strategy. Why I am using this ABCD wave strategy and why I'm using in this way? Actually, when I started trading 20 years ago, always asked myself how to know where is the point D, where is the actually how to identify take profit level. And it was very disturbing for me at the when I started trading. It's actually I lose a lot of money on just on this in this way, and trying to identify a take profit level. And my question was how big players know where is exactly take profit level. When you start to trading, you are getting a lot of, you have a problem with the stop loss and also with your take profit. But when I started to see some things in dynamic of the trends, I realized that that this point D is actually something that is that I can get when I identify point C. Actually, my strategy is based on some harmonic pattern and actually behaving of some nature laws. And actually, there is a lot of harmonic patterns which are based on this on these laws. So there is some Gartley, there is crab, there is shark, and so on. But they're actually doing completely different than I'm using my ABCD wave strategy. What I want to show you here on the chart, we have here currency pair US dollar against Canadian dollar, and please look at the chart. We have here ABCD wave pattern, which is created for 25 years. So it started to create it from 1975, and first leg AB wave created from 75 to 85, almost 10 years to create this AB move. After that, we have corrective move to point C, and it's actually it lies at 61.8 FIBO level. It's actually a very important tool for identifying point C, and with FIBO levels, FIBO retracements, we can identify our point C in the future, in our trading, in our strategies. And this point C was exactly at 61.8 level. It was around 1.14. And after that, we have nice move from point C to point D. Actually, we measure the length of AB and copy to point C when we identify that it's point C, and after that we get the point D. And for this wave pattern, we actually needed 25 years to complete. Why I'm showing you this chart? I want just that you realize how powerful is this strategy, and what lies behind this strategy is actually nature laws that actually we are using in technical analysis. It's crowd behavior, it's behavioral, some behavior activities, and psychology, which is what is actually basing for doing this pattern. So actually 25 years ABCD wave pattern. You can use this ABCD wave pattern. Doesn't matter on which time frame are you using. You can use it on the hourly chart. You can use it on daily chart. You can use it on weekly and so on, monthly. It doesn't matter. But most important that you actually learn how to identify point C. And today presentation is actually how we can easily identify this point C. We won't have too much time that you learn this, but I will try to explain you what is the best way and what is the fastest way to understand this this pattern. ABCD wave strategy. Why you should try to use it? Doesn't matter what kind of investor trader you are, scalper, position trader, or long-term investor. Doesn't matter what time frame are you using in your trading. Doesn't matter what kind of asset classes you are trading. Doesn't matter how much trading experience do you have. Actually, it's this strategy provides you very fast and easy access to 3 points. Actually, first point is when to open this trade. Actually, this point C. Second point is your risk management. It's somewhere below or above this point C. You can identify easily this point, your stop loss. And another important information that you can get from this pattern is your point D, actually your take profit. As long as the price is above or below this point C, we can expect that price will move to the point D at the end of this pattern. ABCD basic price movement concept. Theories and price patterns which can be related with basic wave pattern. I think that you all heard about Elliott wave theory. Trend-based price movement, we can trade it 3 times during the trend cycle. Actually, you can trade a wave 3, wave 5 during this trend cycle, E and C wave. Actually, during this trend cycle, you can use these 3 trades. And when I started the trading, I thought that Elliott wave theory will provide me good opportunities, that will provide me successful and consistent trading, but I was wrong. Why I was wrong? Because actually Elliott wave theory can be very you can how to say, use it on that way or another way, and it can be very with a lot of varieties during the trading session and during this trading trend cycle. So it was very how to say, for me, I had a lot of mistakes during the trading. And actually, I wanted to use this theory in my active trading, in my daily trading. And at the end, I found out that it's for me, it doesn't give me successful rate that I wanted to have. Actually, I lost a lot of money using this theory. I wanted to have something more simple, that something more accurate, more precise during my trading. And what I discovered when I start with this theory, actually, ABCD wave theory is this using the same pattern. It's using the trend, and when you have wave 1 is actually AB move. When you have wave 2 during the cycle, it's actually your point C, actually corrective move to point C. And wave 3 is actually CD move. And you can repeat those trades into the you can put all those trades in much how to say, simple way into ABCD wave strategy. I can I draw it? Can I use pencil just in this, Bobby? Pen. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I will try to. This is wave 1. This is corrective move. This is third wave. This is fourth wave. Fifth, A. A, B, C. So this is my AB. This is C, D. But actually, I'm using this one. This length is the same. Actually, I expect that this move be exactly like this move, and it's actually basic formation ABCD basic wave pattern. And also I can use it here. This is AB, this is CD, and one more trade is from the higher price. We have here AB, this is C, and actually this is our point D. I will show you on actually on this chart how I can use it. Just a second. Can I erase? Okay. Okay. We have here Nasdaq. It's a daily chart actually on Nasdaq, and Q1 futures. So we have here uptrend. This is the maximum price at 21,000. And after that, we have here corrective move below 20 AMA. And this move was to 19,000. And after that, we have here corrective move to here. It's actually identified point C. And after that, AB, I measure this length AB and put at point C, and I get here target in point D. Actually, from this point to this point, we had very nice move, plus 10% if we enter here. And also what we have here confirmation with 20 AMA, which I'm using mostly for confirmation for my trades. So actually very nice enter into very nice short position. So the corrective move was to 38.2 to 19,700 around, and after that we have strong move, and the price made a lower low and exactly to this point D. And after that we have rejection here. A lot of my students and traders love to ask me what after this, what we can expect here to for the price movement. So I can share you what I can expect here. This is completed. This is ABCD move. This is completed, but I will call this ABCD big AB move. This will be big AB move, and this is actually BC. Actually, we are now in finding a point C. Actually, what I'm looking for the price make here some stopping at around these levels, around 61.8, about 20,000, and from here I expected the price make new move to like this, and to make new lower low. So why I'm expecting this kind of scenario? Because when you see Elliott wave theory, it's something like this. When the price actually achieve some kind of maximum of the trend, it's always going in three wave corrective move. It goes like A, B, C. So we have here A, B, my AB. We will identify this B like my point C, and this will be my point D, somewhere here around 60,000. So if the price will stop somewhere here around 61.8, and of course we need to wait for the confirmation for the price move below 20 AMA on the minimum on daily base, but preferably on weekly base. And after that we will have we'll get the confirmation for this kind of scenario. Of course we have here strong trend line and so on. So actually I'm expecting here around 61.8, again another move to some kind of point D, and for the price to make lower low than this previous low price. Okay. I can't move my presentation. Oh, okay, like this. So how it looks like ABCD basic price movement concept. We have here bearish price movement, AB, return back to 61.8, and again lower low price below point B. It's actually bearish price movement, bearish ABCD. Bullish price movement is AB up, return back to 61.8, and again this point D is around 1.27 and higher than point B. Actually, what does this concept? What is the meaning of this concept? We are waiting after the price movement in some direction. We are waiting for a new price movement in the same direction after the corrective move. But we have to wait for the end of this corrective move. It doesn't matter it's a bearish or bullish scenario, and we need to have some confirmation. We can get confirmation for, let me say, 10 exponential moving average line. After that, 20. Of course, I'm using those two, 10 and 20 EMA, and also of course, and 50 if you are trading. But for me, 10 and 20 EMA is our most important confirmations line in trading. Actually, it's based on Newton's third law, action reaction. We have here action, reaction, and reaction, action in the same wave, here and here. So we are waiting actually for the price moving in the same direction. You heard about the sentence, trend is your friend. Actually, it's a trend-based strategy, and we are waiting for the trend to continue moving in that direction. So it's always easier to trade in trend. If there will be some questions, just tell me, Bobby, and please notify me. Point C, easiest way to identify. Oh, you got a question. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, someone has asked if you're able to predict the time that the point D will happen.
Great question. There is some correlation between price and time targets, but actually sometimes it can happen, but not only all time. But I can use this correlation between price and time targets in the way, if I don't have and I don't get momentum at that time when I make this trade, I'm closing this position. Why? A lot of time when you open position at point C, you identify point C and you make trade at the point C, nothing happened. You are waiting, and there is 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, and nothing happened. It's better to close this position if you don't get any momentum and to wait for another attempt and another trade. So actually you can get, but not all the time. How you can get? You can get actually like this. Let me say, from this point to this point, we have some kind of this is price movement. This is from this point to this point. We have here time that the price needed from this point to this point. And when we identify point C, let me say we identified it here, and from this point when we make copy this length from this to this, and please look at this, this price came here much faster than we expected. We expected it here, but the price came already here. It's no problem when it comes faster. It's a problem when we need to wait and in much more situations we have to wait. But like I said, only price concept or time concept I'm using just when I don't get momentum. And in daily trading, it's very important that when you open trade 9 in the morning, that you get some momentum to use it in that way. When you have some how to say magnitude of this wave, and you just copy to point C, you will get at what time price need to be at some point. If you don't get this, if you don't get the price at this projected time, you close position and you won't get momentum that day. Or what can happen? It can happen that price can go at the other direction for stop losses, and you make loss, and after that the price go at your direction. I'll show you here the example. Okay, what is the example? We have here AB and AB wave, and after that we have here corrective move to point C1. Why I put here point C1? Because the price started to make new impulse wave to point B, and we have here rejection at the point B, previous high. So when the price make rejection like this, for sure it will make lower low than previous low, so it will make new point C, and actually you can close the position, use wait and see strategy for the price movement to make new point C, and after that you can make new trade at point C and wait for the confirmation. Actually, here was we got first signal here. First was point C, base at point C, and the price couldn't make higher high, so the trend stayed without strength, and we have lower low than the previous low, and after that we get confirmation with this big bull candle, and this was actually confirmation for long trade. And how much we could made in this trade? Actually 42% on Apple stock, but you don't enter here, you enter here after the price make this confirmation, after price rise about 20 AMA on the weekly chart. So we get here confirmation, and after this confirmation we have a long position from here. And please look at this, we get exactly point D at the top of this of previous stop. So on the point D, and of course when the price achieve this target, usually we have here strong rejection. We can expect strong rejection, minimum to 38.2 of this move. And if we take FIBO retracement, we can see from here to here we'll get around 38.2% move to downside, and actually it stopped at 20 AMA and rebound from this line. So most important thing is to properly identify point C. When we have identify this point C, we can easily put our protective stop loss, which will be somewhere here below this point C, and our take profit is here. So we enter here into the position, open here, stop loss is here, and risk reward is around 1.1 to 3 according to this situation. Is there any question regarding this A plus scenario? Okay. ABCD basic rules. First of all, we have to identify trend properly. And when we know the trend, we can identify this, we can start to identify this point C. After that, we need to identify chart extremes, high price, low price on the chart, so we can put our A, B, C, D somewhere, our points. Impulse wave AB identification length measuring. Of course, after that we have Fibonacci retracement tool. We are using Fibonacci retracement tool, and we are using it and pulling from point A to point B to get possible retracement levels. Actually, a lot of it's a question: is it on 61.8 or 78.6? And it's always the question, where will be the point C? Identifying possible point C, usually at 61.8, like I said, or 78 point. It's the best case scenario, but it can also be at 50% or 38.2. We have to measure it, and we have to wait for the confirmation. If we don't get any confirmation, we can take this trade. So sometimes it's question: should we open trade immediately at the point at some of the FIBO retracement level, or we will wait for the confirmation? What does it mean, confirmation? Like I show you on the previous chart, we need to wait for the price return back or below the 20 AMA for this confirmation. I'm always waiting for this confirmation. It's much better, because the price can go again to our point C and make lower low and make another lower low, because the trend is still valid, and we need to wait for the weakness of this corrective move. What we are doing after we identify this point C, copy length of AB wave and paste it on the point C, and we get actually projected point D. Of course, if you are daily trading, always use your protective stop loss, as your protective stop loss is somewhere below or above point C, usually 0.5% from the entry point. After copying, we get precise length of possible impulse wave CD, our profit target actually in point D. Additional technical tools, like I said, for the confirmation, we can use two lines: 10 AMA, 20 AMA. Depends what time frame are you using in your strategy. But first, price a movement above or below 10 AMA. After that, 20 AMA crossing to get confirmation to be sure, and after that we have nice entry point. Crossing 10 AMA, super confirmation is trading. Timing is everything. I can show you on the chart of crude oil today what happened. Just to share. Okay, I will do it like this. So do you see the chart, Bobby? Can you see the chart?
Yep, I can see the chart.
Okay, thank you. So what's the point? We have here actually extreme price, maximum on the chart, and after that we have here two let me say something like a double top, two trying of this level. It's around 80 US dollar, and the price couldn't make breakout of this level. And what happened? It happened, returned back below 20, below line 20 MA. It's an hourly chart, and what we have here? We have here nice move, AB here, return back. This is our point C, and this is confirmation when this candle return back below 20 MA. This is first confirmation. And what happened? The price start to move to this point, previous point B. It's B point. Retrace again to 20 MA. Breakout. Price made lower low. And what happened? AB, CD, exactly point D here. And we have here some movement to here and returning back above 20 MA. This is mini ABCD, like when you have moves like this, we can take it like a small ABCD. And this small ABCD is actually big AB impulse wave. And after we have here low price, actually here point B, the price, we are trying to find again point C. And what happened here? The price returned back, make corrective move to 50%, 78.5, and here we get point C. This is the confirmation, and what we have here, nice move to point D, but the price didn't touch this, didn't reach the target, and returned back to 20 AMA again, and try another one attempt to close about 20 AMA. And here we get new short zone at actually the previous point B, and very nice short trade here. And I'm expecting for the price to move to, here and to reach the target in point D and 75.4 in, let me say, maybe not during this day, but tomorrow actually. And what will be the first signs that it can't happen? First sign that that my strategy won't be successful is first candle on hourly chart returning back above this level, and that will be the end for my strategy. If this happened, I will close this position. But if it's stays like this, I will hold it to this point D. Actually, this strategy is valid as soon as long as the price is below point C. The point C is here at the 78.6. So we have here a lot of time and a lot of space for reaching this target. But I'm a daily trader, active trader. I don't want to wait for this move and this move, because when you open position here in this zone, your stop loss need to be somewhere here about this price. So it's it provides us 1 to 5 actually risk against reward. So our take profit is in point D, and I don't want to wait for the price return back here. My stop loss will be here. Is there any question regarding this? Actually, what is the point? The point is that this pattern is repeating itself when it makes some higher price, and when the trend is when we got a signal that trend is changing from up to down. What we have here? We have here A B move again, small one ABCD, big one ABCD, and how we can look at this situation in the future. This can be big AB move, and somewhere here can be again point C, and we can make it like this, and in the future this will be maybe some point D. Actually, we are waiting for the price repeat these moves like ABCD. Okay. ABCD strategy on higher time frame has advanced in order to lower time frame analyzing and decision making. As long as we have valid point C, price has tendency to achieve target in point D. If we have those two important information, we have actually defined future trend tendency. Actually, if you have good identified point C, you have all for you relevant information for making for your strategy, for making decision, and for your future trades. On higher time frame, we can use ABC for position and swing trading. On lower time, can be used in day trading and scalping. We always have to be ready for fast trading reaction and for possible strategy revision. So if it's everything is how to say is around this point C. We have point C, and we have when we have identified point C, and we have new impulse wave to point D, and at some point the market decide to make lower low. We have to be patient and wait to make new point C, and after that waiting for the confirmation and make another trade. So you have to wait for all those information on the chart to follow and to make decision according to market structure, to market action, and everything else. You can't say just this is point C identified, I'm waiting for 25 years. We had here at the chart the previous on dollar against Canadian dollar, a situation that we had identified point C, and after that we had price rise for almost 10 years, and so it can be on the longer time frame, but on the lower time frame, if you are trading some position swing trading, you have to be careful and always ready to for revision of your strategy and point C. I show you this situation, trading daylight crude. I showed you chart, daily trend bearish, short setup after corrective move to point B, this blue line here. And please look at this reaction. Price just hit this area and return back, pull back, and actually it closed something like a shooting star or some kind of hammer. And after that, returning back below 20 AMA and actually show that it has tendency to go to this point. Sold 76.8, stop loss 77.15, take profit 75, 50 risk reward ratio is almost 1 to 4. Summary. ABCD wave strategy allow us to trade more frequently, more consistency, and with higher efficiency rate. It allows us to make more trades in day. You can put it on the 5-minute chart, and you can try to identify some practicing with this point C. But if you ask me, I would recommend you that you don't go on the lower time frame than 1 hour chart. So you don't need it, because it can be very noisy, and it can be high volatile, especially few weeks ago on Nasdaq. It was terrible to trade and to make some good trades in that high volatility situation. Holy grail in this strategy lies down in point C. With defined point C, you will always have point D and possible price target and your protective stop loss. If your trade is negative more than 60% time, you need to find better price level in waiting for timing and this momentum, like I said in few minutes ago. So this momentum, this timing is very important in your actually active strategies in your daily trading. So be careful with that, and be ready to make a revision of your strategies. And of course, learn and trade ABCD wave strategy, because in my opinion, in 20 years, there is no better strategy than ABCD wave strategy. So it will help you to become more consistent, to become more confident in your trades, to in better understanding the market and trend dynamic, of course. So it will provide you all good information, but you don't need to spend too much time like when you're using Elliott wave theory and things like that. It's much easier to understand in this price pattern. Time for questions. Is there any question?
I'm not seeing any additional questions come in that you haven't kind of answered already. Yeah, so great work.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Do you have any questions?
Specifically, no. No questions now. I always kind of like watching you go through the different like Elliott wave analysis. I know Metastock has a lot of different like tools available inside of there, but I don't often get to watch people utilize those tools and kind of go through things. So yeah, thank you. What a great, interesting presentation.
Thank you very much. I can just at the end say to all attendees to join for free to my Telegram group. You will send the presentation to all the attendees after our...
So we don't generally do that, but if you wanted to share the presentation with me, and then anyone can reach out and we can share it with them.
Okay, I would like to share with you and for the all attendees today, and I can also offer to everybody who is wild to learn more about ABCD wave strategy, special discount package, 10 hours, 20%, 300 euro, new price 240 euros. It's only for available for the attendees from today's European Trading Summit, and I will be honored if someone catch me and want to learn this very powerful trading strategy.
Great.
So
And what's the best way for someone to reach out to you?
what is the best way? They can reach me through my web page, to LinkedIn, I'm available also on email. There is all my informations here. I have here phone number. This is my email address, website, LinkedIn profile. I have everything. So guys, thank you for today. Thanks for listening to me. Thank you, Bobby, for calling me to be part of this European Trading Summit. And I'm always honored to be here, guys, with you and to share these little secrets, trading secrets. So that's all from me for today. If someone have any questions, still can ask. And Bobby.
Perfect. All right. Thanks so much. Yeah, I put your email
Thank you.
inside of the chat as well, so people can easily reach out. And yeah, guys, if you want to get access to some of the slideshows from today or presentations, as he said, he's willing to share his.
Yeah.
You can reach out to us. I can also ask some of the other presenters if you want access to anything else. Definitely just reach out to us to reach him specifically, the info@abcdtrading.com. Also, if you ever have any questions or you can't remember someone's name or what their email was, something like that, just come into our chat room at metastock.com/sales chat, and we can help answer your questions and find the right contact details for the presenter and things of that nature as well. So never kind of hesitate to reach out to us, guys. But yeah, okay, great. I'll go ahead and take over from here. Thanks again so much. And yeah, looking forward to meeting you in person and doing the live conference in just about a month from today.
Me too.
Okay.
Looking forward.
Yep. Until then, cheers.
Good luck. Good luck, guys.
Thanks. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and make myself the presenter again. All right, let's go ahead and share my screen. Okay, so here's just a quick snap of that conference that we're doing. So if you're in, Croatia, this is something you wanted to attend. Again, you can reach out to us and I can help get you access to these tickets. You can come to our chat room or send me an email directly, bobby.hiller@metastock.com, or reach out to Zdenko and he can help you with that as well, actually, because he's the one kind of helping to host this event. Again, so for those of you interested in like Metastock or a trial of Metastock, and I thought that I actually updated all of these slides. It looks like I have the Metastock 18. We're actually on Metastock 19 now, and the price has not increased to still use our better version of the software. If you're interested in a trial of Metastock, which is one, the best analytical software program in its price category for over 30 years in a row now, according to the readers of Stocks and Commodities magazine. You can get set up with Metastock for as low as just $59 a month, or we'll give you a trial initially where you can get 3 months access for the price of one. Just visit metastock.com/Euro deal for that, or jump into our chat room, as mentioned, metastock.com/sales chat. I did want to remind you guys, we are doing like a special bundle package today where you can get multiple different trading systems, all for like, basically this bundle gives you well over 50% off, significantly more than that, to be honest, where you can get like several of the different systems we'll be showcasing, as well as training materials and things of that nature for just $15.45. And that's also available at metastock.com/Euro deal. I know that we're running just a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. I mean, I'm on the end today, so I can always kind of make up the time towards the end. Our next speaker here is going to be Zaheer Anwari. Zaheer is also another speaker that is no stranger to Metastock. We love having him on. He has a great take on the markets. He always does a fantastic job kind of presenting and has a lot of great insight. So I'm excited that we were able to have him on again today. Hey, Zaheer, are you in here with me?
Hey, Bobby.
Hey there. Yeah, I can hear you. Great. Yeah, thanks so much for joining today. And also, hey, thanks for, working with us to kind of change up the schedule a little bit when we had to make some updates there, but we're happy to still have you and looking forward to what you have to share today.
Yeah, no problem at all. Always a pleasure.
Okay, great. It is a little hard for me to hear you. I'm not sure if the rest of the audience is experiencing that as well. It sounds like maybe you're just a little far from your mic.
My mic's directly above me there. So do I still sound distant?
It sounds a little bit better now.
Okay, let me just try. Look, if I'm honest with you, I was having some issues with this headset. So let me just try it without it.
Yeah, you actually sound good now.
Yeah, we're good now?
Yep. I think it sounds good.
All right, fine. Perfect.
Perfect. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make you the presenter. And yeah, as mentioned, we're going a little over time, but that's okay. So yeah, if you still need to take up, 50 minutes to an hour, that's fine.
No problem at all. Thank you. Okay, you should be able to see my slides. I'm just going to do a quick switch across to Metastock. If you can let me know, when I switch across, you can see that okay?
Yep, I saw your slides and I see Metastock now.
Fine, fantastic.
Perfect. All right, well then it's all you. I'll be here if you need anything.
Brilliant. Cheers, Bobby. Right, hi guys. Once again, yeah, love to always do these presentations for Metastock. So thanks again for the invitation, guys. Always a pleasure. So let's dive in. I'm sure you guys have seen what's happened in the stock market over the last couple of weeks, and I probably wondered how best you can handle those sort of periods. And what I mean by that was, of course, we had the decline at the start of August, and the market has since gone on to recover, and stocks are now actually performing very well. You go online and there's a lot of noise about a market crash and, the usual naysayers that come on. What we want is a very systematic approach that allows us to put a portfolio together regardless of what is happening on our media channels, because what's happening on our media channels often very disconnected to what is actually happening in the stock market. That's something that I learned very early on. And because of that, these important lessons that I had at the very beginning, I then created a system that I could stick to, and which we now call the Market Advantage Toolkit, which is our add-on for Metastock. Ultimately, the goal of the Market Advantage Toolkit is to find top stocks that are outperforming the S&P 500, outperforming the market as a whole. And I'm going to explain what that means and how we do that as we move through today's training session, ideally. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat box. Bobby, if you feel that some of the questions are timely, please come in and I'll answer them there and then. Else, any questions that we don't answer, we will, of course, answer them at the end of the training session, okay? Right, let's move on. Right, what we're going to be covering today. Brief background of the MAT, the Market Advantage Toolkit, how it came about. We'll then look at stocks and our performance since 2023. Now, I say 2023 because that's when we had the end of the 28% decline in the S&P 500 in 2022. October 2023, the market found support. And since then, we've had this nice bull market where the S&P has rallied by around 60%. We'll then look at the Market Advantage Toolkit, how I've actually used that to find the stocks that have made it into my portfolio over the last 12, 15, 18 months. And then, as already mentioned, we'll end up with a Q&A. Okay, so quick background of my CV, if you like. I've got a degree in software engineering. So the first thing to note, guys, is that I've never worked in the city. I've never worked for a bank or a hedge fund. I have a degree in software engineering, and it's that background in tech that really helped me understand and get familiar with some of the wonderful technology that we have today. And of course, Metastock is very much at the top of that list. I worked for Oracle for about a year as a software engineer. One thing I quickly realized, guys, is that if you work any sort of 9 to 5, you got to make sure that you enjoy it. And I didn't really enjoy, to be honest with you, I didn't enjoy my degree, and I didn't enjoy working as a software engineer. So I quit and I became a TEFL teacher, which is teaching English as a foreign language. I went and lived in Asia, Taiwan mainly, but also Japan and the Philippines. I taught English came back to England because ultimately teaching English is great, but there's not really much money in it. And being born and brought up in London, money was something that I was always interested in. So I came back to the UK and I became an advertising photographer. So there was a collective, there were 3 of us. And that's really when the money started coming in, because we had clients like Coca-Cola, Whirlpool, Audi. We were doing editorials for Vogue, Tatler, Harper's Bazaar. Our images were going on the side of buses. I really understood about the technology needed for good photography. Our camera at the time was a £60,000 Hasselblad camera. All of these lessons really sort of laid a foundation to how I then transitioned into becoming an investor, because I understood the importance of good technology and software as a photographer. And then teaching as a mentor, I transitioned from teaching English into mentoring individuals in putting a portfolio together. I started trend following in 2007. So 2005, 2006, that's when I started really looking into it. Like everyone else, I started day trading. Didn't really get anywhere with it. I thought it was too inconsistent, very time consuming. As I was working often 5, 6, 7 days a week, I didn't really have the time or the inclination to day trade. So I started looking at longer term investments, and trend following came my way in 2007. A book that changed it for me was Way of the Turtle by Curtis Faith. If you haven't read that book, guys, I highly recommend reading it. Way of the Turtle by Curtis Faith. The strategy is at the back of the book. I took the strategy, automated it with the technology that was needed, optimized the strategy, and that's really where it all started kicking off for me. I ended up co-founding Sublime Trading in 2018. That's our education platform. And then last year, 2023, we had our hedge fund, which we call the Reversy Fund, incorporated in Luxembourg. So we've got an education platform for people who want to learn, and we've now got a fund management offering for people who don't want to learn, but want to take advantage of the results that we get. We average around 30% a year since 2016. We've had that verified and audited, and that's how the Reversy Fund came about. My goal when I started understanding what trend following was to put it back in the limelight, because ultimately it became a forgotten art where lesser strategies took center stage. And when I say lesser strategies, I am really talking about short-term strategies. And I'm also even talking about value investing. Value investing has its place for individuals, but when it comes to growth of a portfolio, we have to look at trend following, because trend following tops performance tables. And here is proof of that. This table is taken from a book called Excess Returns. You can see there in the bottom right corner, a comparative study of the methods of the world's greatest investors. If you look at the top, guys, you've got trend followers. Richard Dennis at the very top there, 120% over 19 years. If you look at the middle column there, you've got all the value investors that we hear so much about. Charlie Munger, Warren Buffett, Benjamin Graham. If you look at their performance, it's 20%, 22, 23, 24%. Richard Dennis, 120% over 19 years. And that's why I gravitated towards trend following, because for me, it was all about growth. And what was the best way to get growth over a sustained period of time is to invest in long-term trends. What I liked about trend following was the methodology of buy high, sell higher. You were already buying stocks that were moving in the right direction. Whereas with value investing, it's buy low, sell high. The stock is moving against you, which makes it very, very difficult to actually gain any momentum. So you're waiting for that stock to reverse and start moving up. It never really sat well with me. I didn't really understand. I didn't really like the philosophy of buy low, sell high. Buy high, sell high made a lot more sense to me. And that's ultimately where a lot of my wealth has come from over the last sort of 10, 15 years. Okay, fast forward to today. I'm now in a fortunate position to be a speaker, to be able to spread my message. A lot of wonderful platforms have given me the ability to share my voice and my message. Of course, today I work very closely with Metastock, very proud of that relationship. But I also contribute to Benzinga and all these other platforms you can see in front of you. I've either contributed written articles, or I am a regular speaker. So you can see that one of the points here, guys, is that if I can come from my background, which is software engineering, teaching English and photography, fast forward 15 years, I'm now a hedge fund manager, and I'm now mentoring individuals to put their own portfolio together. We're averaging 30% a year since 2016. if I can do it, you can do it. That's really the message that I want to get across today. But there has to be a very systematic approach. Most individuals have a very sort of haphazard approach. There aren't any systems in place. And what we want is to fill in those gaps and bring systems to the way you pick stocks and manage them in your portfolio. So let's go back to 2023, which was the start of the bull run. And what I'm going to start with are some of the stocks that I found using the Market Advantage Toolkit. So using this system that I'm going to be sharing with you today, here are some of the stocks that we have found and invested in since the start of 2023. Now, note, guys, how some of these stocks you may not be familiar with. I'm based here in London, UK, and we focus predominantly on the US market because the stocks are just wonderful, wonderful stocks to invest in. Many of the stocks, when they get picked up by Metastock, we aren't familiar with. But when you look at their history and how old these stocks are and how well they're performed, it's just mind-blowing. And it's crazy for me that people just go online and think about just NVIDIA because everyone's talking about NVIDIA or Tesla because, you know, it's such a buzzword. There are so many beautiful stocks out there. Amphenol, for example, has climbed 56% since we invested in it last year. Boston Scientific, this has climbed 41%. Elf Beauty, this has climbed over 200%, 230% since last year. This has been one of the biggest movers, and you never hear about this on our media channels. It gets zero media attention, but it's a massive mover. FTAI Aviation, this has climbed 250%. GoDaddy, I mean, it's a household name, right? We all know what GoDaddy is. I'm sure there's people on here who've bought domain names, and there's a chance that you may have gone to GoDaddy to buy it. GoDaddy has gone from below $100 at the end of last year to around $150 since this month. So a massive climb in GoDaddy, but again, very little attention. No one's talking about it. McKesson Corporation. Now, people who've seen me present for Metastock before will know that I've been talking about McKesson Corporation since 2022. So when the S&P 500 declined 28% in 2022, McKesson Corporation climbed 60% or 65%. Healthcare went up when a lot of the stocks declined in 2022. McKesson Corporation since then has continued further. It's now climbed around 140%. And of course, Nvidia Corporation, I mean, you know, it's a real thoroughbred of a stock. It's up 500%. And this is after the 10-to-1 stock split that it recently. Regarding Nvidia, everyone knows Nvidia is a buzzword, and Nvidia may be in your portfolio, but did you buy Nvidia because you had a real systematic, thoughtful approach to buying Nvidia, and you considered your entry points and your stop losses? You know precisely where you're going to exit, how much you're risking, where your compound levels are, how your trailing stop losses are working. Do you have all of this in place, or have you bought Nvidia simply because it's a buzzword? We are in this AI revolution at the moment, and it's in your portfolio because, well, you know, it should be in your portfolio. If it's the latter, then we need to move that to the former. It doesn't matter what people are talking about online, whether it's a good stock or not. What you want is a systematic approach to how you buy every single stock. Now, here's the thing, guys. Nvidia has actually been in our portfolio since 2016. Metastock picked up Nvidia in 2016, and the scanners that we have developed picked it up for us in 2016. So we were investing in it well before the hype. The hype has only gone on to accelerate the profit that we've accumulated. So this is a really important point. What you want to be doing is finding these stocks, these hidden gems before the hype, and then taking advantage of the hype as those stocks then go on to gather momentum. Again, Wingstop, chicken wings, guys. I mean, this stock has it's boomed this year. It's unbelievable. It's you know, around $400 a share. Who would have thought, right, that chicken wings could you know, make you so much money? Here's the thing. It's really interesting. I don't know if you guys have been to Dubai, or really any shopping mall. Dubai Mall is absolutely, it's humongous in size. But what's interesting about shopping is when you go through a mall or a high street, and you look around and you see all the brand names, what makes it more interesting is that if you're investing in some of those brand names rather than just walking through as a consumer. So, you know, Hilton, Marriott, Wingstop, Skechers, Apple, Nike, these are all stocks, Lululemon, these are all stocks that are either in my portfolio, that are on my watch list, or I've invested in the past and I'm no longer invested in them. So it's a fascinating experience, you know, when you're walking through a shopping mall and you're there with your family or your girlfriend and everyone's looking at buying this and buying that. But in my head, I'm looking around going, oh, I've invested in that. I've invested in that. It's an internal conversation that I'm having with myself. It makes shopping a very, very different experience. So you want to have that with you as well. You don't want to just be a consumer. You want to be looking at these brand names and knowing how to invest in them at the right time, and all for all the right reasons as well. Also, just so you know, we've invested in using the MAT, we've invested in commodities and currencies as well. So we're currently long on gold. We've been long on gold since March of this year when it started printing new all-time highs. We're short on palladium. We've been short on palladium since last year. And we were long on the Japanese yen pairs. We've been holding them for about a year. And then, of course, there was the significant decline that happened. At the same time, the stock market started declining and we got stopped out of our positions. Important to diversify. When other asset classes are offering good opportunities, you want to take them. But here's the thing, you don't want to diversify for the sake of diversifying. You don't want to just be in gold just for the sake of being in gold. Everything requires timing. There's enough diversification to be done in stocks alone, because if you think about it, there are 11 sectors in the stock market. So that alone gives you the opportunity to diversify, because you want to diversify across the best stocks in the best sectors. But also, if commodities are performing well, you want to add them into your portfolio. If you're having opportunities in currencies, you want to add them. But again, everything has to be systematic. You don't want to do things just for the sake of it. Okay, so just to give you a snapshot of where we are with our performance. So portfolio performance 2023 to today. Now, we started building our portfolio around February of last year. This is based on a £20,000 account. Now, we have a service at Sublime Trading, which is our education platform, called the APL, the Asset Position Log, which is actually a copy service. We show our portfolio to our community members so that they can copy along. We started putting our portfolio together in February. You can see we started taking our early positions. By July, just before the correction, we had accumulated almost £18,000, so just over 75% running P&L on our account. We then had the correction. Our running P&L fell to about 10,000, and now it's creeped back up to around 15,000 with the recovery in the market. And so what we're looking for now is that recovery to go past the July high and start pushing on towards 100% plus return. And this is very, very common. These sort of returns are very common when you have the right stocks in place and when you start compounding winning trends. Okay, so this is all down to the stocks that we have found using the Market Advantage Toolkit. Okay, so use the MAT to invest in trending stocks that are outperforming the S&P 500. Now, I said this at the very beginning. What exactly does this mean? Well, the S&P 500, guys, is ultimately an average, right? It's an average of a group of stocks. Some of those stocks match the average. Some stocks underperform against the average, but some stocks outperform the average. These are the stocks that we want to scan for and that we want to add into our portfolio. Stocks that are moving up quicker and faster and handing out more profit over still 12 to 18 months. If you look across the bottom, we're still holding for a significant period there, 12 to 18 months. This is what we're looking for. So if you think about it, the S&P has climbed around 60% since 2022's low. That's when the recovery started coming in. But look at some of the stocks that I've shared. Elf Beauty has climbed up 230% in that same time period. FTAI has climbed around 250% in that same time period. McKesson Corporation, 140%. NVIDIA, 500%. Wingstop, 70%. So you can see that even though the S&P 500 has moved up 60%, which is great, there are stocks that are moving up quicker and faster, handing out far more profit than just investing in an average performance. And this is really important because if you invest in an average, you get average returns. So let's say the S&P will get you 10, 11% a year over a 20-year period. But if you invest in stocks that are outperforming the average and push your average return to 25, 30%, the difference over a 20-year period will be in the millions. So you can take 20,000 and turn it to 4.5, 5 million over a 20-year period by investing in stocks that are outperforming the average. Now, of course, this is the thing. Most people don't want to learn. They're happy to just put money into an S&P 500 tracker fund, pick a few stocks that people may be talking about online. Fine, no problem. They're happy with an average return, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10% a year. It beats the banking system. But if you want to be elite and if you want to push your returns beyond that, you have to learn an approach that helps you find and manage stocks that are performing better than the average. It's a skill set, guys. The expression is that good investing is simple but not easy. The best techniques are simple to learn and execute. I'm going to show you a lot of these techniques now, but it's the consistency of doing the right things day in, day out, which is where people often fail. So what I mean by that is at the start of this month, we had the correction. Most people would have panicked, closed positions, stood aside, moved to cash because Warren Buffett is in cash, all of that kind of stuff. Whereas the right approach would have been to stay calm, let the market settle, and follow your approach. Here's a point to note. If we go back to the S&P 500, the main reason why the S&P 500 declined so much in the last 2 weeks, the NASDAQ fell 15%, the Dow Jones fell, I think, 8%, the S&P fell 11%, if I remember correctly. The reason why we had such big declines is mostly due to the big tech stocks. A lot of them didn't have great earnings windows. And because they're so heavily weighted on the indices, when they fall, the indices fall with them. But a lot of the smaller cap stocks continued to climb and they weren't getting any media attention. I'm going to show you them. Coca-Cola, for example, printed new all-time highs when the NASDAQ, Microsoft, Google, Apple, when they all dropped because of earnings, Coca-Cola printed new all-time highs. So again, we've got to have a systematic approach that doesn't instill fear and just allows to follow the process. So stocks outperforming the index, they move up quicker, delivering superior returns over 12 to 18 months. Now, stocks found by the Market Advantage Toolkit all follow a particular pattern, which we call the 4PS method. Now, you will have heard of things like, for example, Elliott waves and Fibonacci's and Ichimoku. Personally, I think a lot of those methods are old. They're outdated. We've evolved. The reason why we've evolved is because we've got technology that has allowed us to become better and make better decisions. We've now evolved with the times. All spaces evolve, right? So sticking with techniques like Elliott waves, fine. If that works, it works for you. I think they're better, simpler methods that are now available. We moved away from that and we created something called the 4PS method. The 4PS method is called the 4-phase sequence method. Every single stock that makes it into my portfolio follows 4 phases. All right, it looks something like this. So this is phase 1. First of all, a proven performance. So we want a stock with at least 5 to 10 years of history, because if a stock has 5 to 10 years of history, we can look at its history and see how well it's performed. If it's performed well in the past, it's very likely to perform well in the future. New stocks, for example, Uber. Uber is only around 4 years old. There's no history to it. So it's very difficult to make any decisions on Uber. Whereas Nvidia, it's far easier to make a decision because you can look at it and say, right, it's had 3 massive periods of boom. It's very likely to do the same. All I need to do now is time my entry. So we're looking at stocks with at least one with a proven performance history that have trended well in the past. We're then looking for a consolidation base of at least 3 to 6 months. You know the expression, guys. The longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. Often these expressions, they're just well regurgitated expressions. People don't really know how to execute them. Here is how we execute it. We look for a consolidation base. After a trend, after every trend, the market consolidates. We want the consolidation to be at least 3 to 6 months. The longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. Think of it like the roots of a tree. The thicker and stronger the roots of a tree, the taller the taller the tree will grow. That's how we want to view consolidation basis. Same with a trend. What we're then looking for is that breakout, that consolidation breakout to alert us to the start of a new trend. And then phase 4, when that has been confirmed, that's where we want to start entering. And usually this can last 12 to 18 months, sometimes longer. And notice, guys, at the very beginning, I say I like stocks that follow the process of buy high, sell higher. This is how I identify those stocks using what I call the 4PS method. That consolidation base, that is where the scanners start coming in. That breakout. Metastock will often, the way we have programmed a Metastock is to look for stocks that are breaking out, that are moving from 2 to 3, phase 2 to phase 3, and then phase 3 to phase 4. Okay. And use the MAT to find phase 3 and phase 4 stocks. And then you put these onto your watch list and you can then wait for those to set up accordingly. So how do we do this? Let's switch to Metastock. All right. So I'm now going to switch over to Metastock. Okay. Let me just close this window. So as Bobby mentioned earlier, Metastock have done a wonderful update. So we now have Metastock 19, which looks absolutely phenomenal. And there's some really cool features in there that weren't previously available, which is great. So when you first open up Metastock, you'll be faced with a window like this. And where all the magic happens is in this top left corner where you can see P. When we click on that, we open the Power Console. Now in the Power Console, we've got a number of features on the left-hand side here. I am going to click on the third one from the top, which is Explore. Okay, now with Explore, if I just move this down, and if I go to our scanners, our explorers, everything here with MAT before it, you can see that we have created a whole number of different scanners that allow for different scenarios. Excuse me. There we go, right? That allow for different scenarios. I'm not going to go through all of them. With the MAT, you get a very, very detailed manual that explains what all of these explorers are for, but also you can move your mouse over each one and it gives you a rough breakdown of what each of them are for. What I'm going to focus on are the ones that I like to use the most. So the ones that I like to use the most are the UK Donchian 40 breakout signals and the UK Donchian 40 breakout signals for US stocks. So we got UK stocks and we have US stocks. Now, the explorers for UK stocks can also be used for other small cap markets. For example, the Indian stock market, the National Stock Exchange of India. We have a growing community in India who are also subscribing to the MAT. They use this explorer, the UK explorer, to scan the Indian stock market. For you guys that are in India, if you're not looking at the Indian stock market, why not? Because it has been absolutely booming. We have found some phenomenal stocks, again, using the MAT in the Indian stock market. Some of these have moved up 300, 400% since last year. And then we have the scanners for the US stock market. They can also be used for other large cap markets. We also have scanners that do pullback signals. We have also scanners that do short setups. So we have pullback signals for long and short, and we have pullback breakouts for long and short, both for UK and US markets. So we have a scenario, basically, we have an explorer for every eventuality in the market. But the two main explorers that I like to use are breakouts and pullbacks, because ultimately that is what the stock market does, and they are the main two entry points. Stocks are either breaking out or they're pulling back. At certain times of the year, you want to use the pullbacks explorers. So for example, at the start of August, when the decline happened, you could potentially have turned to the pullback explorers to look for entry points for when the market recovered. Now, really, with the market recovering, there's a lot of stocks that are already breaking out, printing new all-time highs. Those are where we're finding the breakout signals and the breakout setups. I really like this tab here at the top, which is the favorites tab. This wasn't available previously. So in favorites, you can see that I have my two favorite explorers within that. So it saves me from having to look through all of these explorers to find the ones that I want. I can favorite them, and I've got them here available. Okay, now in terms of the actual markets that I like to scan, you can see here at the bottom the three main markets that I look at. We've got equities Asia, equities Europe, Middle East and Africa, and then we got North America. So if I start with Asia, just so that you guys are familiar with what's going on here, National Stock Exchange of India, you can see that with the Market Advantage Toolkit, I scan almost 3,000 stocks using that the UK Explorer that I mentioned earlier. With the European scanners, I only do the London Stock Exchange. So we've got 5,605 stocks that I will scan every single day, certainly at the weekend. If you don't want to scan every day, definitely at the weekend at least. And then going back to the equities for North America, you can see NASDAQ, New York Stock Exchange, and Amex. Those are the three markets that I like to scan. If you look at the number of stocks, you're looking at something like 11,000 stocks. 11,000 stocks. That is an unbelievable list of stocks to be able to find the stocks that make it into a portfolio. This completely removes the need to be going online and seeing what people are talking about, because let's be real, guys, people online generally have very little idea of what they're talking about. And I'm talking about the analysts as well, because they're paid ultimately to be able to have a certain narrative, and that narrative almost always has a disconnect between what is happening in the market and what they're saying. Go back 2 weeks, everyone was calling a crash. Those same people that were calling a crash are now saying, hey, the stock market is going to print new all-time high. So where do you lie with them? You need to remove that noise and really focus on what the market is telling you, because that's where the truth is. Okay, so once we've done the scan, I'm not going to scan it right now because each scan, the Indian stock market is generally the quickest. That takes around 5 minutes roughly. But the US market can take a little bit longer, sometimes 10, 15, 20 minutes. The UK market will take a bit of time as well. But ultimately, within minutes, you have a much more manageable list. The US scanners will go from 11,000 to typically 100 to 200 stocks that meet our criteria, sometimes more, sometimes less. Once we have gone through the scan, we can then start doing our analysis. So I've already created a list for us to go through. You can see here, this list here, the MAT training for today. So I'm going to start with, first of all, the S&P 500. All of these stocks that we're going to go through today are all stocks that are either in my portfolio already or that are on my watch list and I'm looking to take position. So these are all very good stocks that are now in phase 4. What I talked about earlier, the 4 phases, these are now all phase 4 stocks. But let's start with the S&P 500 just to give you guys an idea of how I do my analysis. So once the stocks have been picked up by the explorers, I then save the list and then I manually go through those stocks one by one. What I've created for myself is a 4-screen setup to do my analysis. I've got the monthly in the top left, I've got the weekly in the top right, and I've got 2 daily charts, bottom left and bottom right. What I'm looking for, guys, is multi-time frame alignment. I'm looking for the monthly, the weekly, and the daily in the bottom left to all be in alignment. I want them all moving in the same direction, either bullish or bearish. As the stock market overall is bullish, I'm looking for bullish alignment. But Palladium, which I said I was short on, that is where I would look for bearish alignment. The daily in the bottom right, this is where you will find the entry points, the stop losses, trailing stop losses, compound levels. They are all in the daily in the bottom right. So once again, the monthly top left, weekly top right, and the daily in the bottom left, those are my analysis timeframes. The daily in the bottom right is really my strategy page and where you'll find the values that I then put into my broker account. Okay, so how do I find this multi-time frame alignment? Well, let's start with the monthly time frame. If you notice here at the bottom, it says bullish. There's a ribbon. that says bullish. And what that means is that the criteria that we have programmed into the Market Advantage Toolkit has come together to say that the monthly time frame is bullish. If you look at the weekly, it's bullish. And if you go to the daily, I'm going to go through it in a little bit more detail, but just to show you guys here, see the ribbon is green, bullish. So all three timeframes are aligned. There was a disconnect for a little bit at the start of August during the declines. That's okay. But that alignment has now come back in. And the reason why we didn't panic is because the weekly overall was bullish and the monthly overall was bullish. So you can see that there is a bullish ribbon on the monthly and there is a bullish ribbon on the weekly. So as long as the monthly and the weekly remained bullish overall, we weren't too concerned about the disconnect that happened on the daily time frame. We simply remained calm and followed the process. And you can see that we've been rewarded with a recovery in the market, and our stocks now are recovering. We're getting more opportunities with the stocks that are pushing out and breaking up to add them into our portfolio. So going back to the monthly time frame, some of the criteria that we look for. First of all, when an asset is printing new all-time highs, we can assume that that asset is performing well. There's always a lot of emphasis put on PE ratios and the value of a company, and if a company is undervalued or overvalued. Ultimately, if a stock is breaking out, printing new all-time highs, we can assume that the fundamentals behind that company are healthy. And that's regardless of what you think or want or need. The truth is in the chart and what the chart is telling you. If the chart is moving up, printing new all-time highs, and it continuously breaks out and prints new all-time highs, then overall, we're in a bull market. Factors that we look for are, as I said, A, above the all-time high, and also above the high of last year. When we have that factors, when we have those in play, the asset that you're looking at will have a bullish ribbon. Now, what's great about Metastock is that if you click on view in the top left corner and go to expert commentary, what you have is a running commentary that you can read for each bar on the chart. So if you look now, we've got an upside down triangle for the month of August. If I click to the left, you can see that triangle is now moving one bar by bar by bar. So the commentary has been programmed to be in alignment with what is happening on each and every bar, which is fantastic. It keeps you aligned. If you're unsure about what's happening, open the commentary and the commentary will tell you precisely what is happening. Okay, so now if you go to the weekly time frame, the weekly time frame also has that bullish ribbon. Why does it have a bullish ribbon? Well, printing new all-time highs. You'll also notice that we have a trend filter. The trend filter is green during bullish periods, gray and red during sideways markets, predominantly red in a bear market. But if it doesn't go into a full-on bear market, then it will alternate between gray and red and green, telling us a sideways market. And then when it starts recovering and moving into a bull market, the trend filter remains green. So you can see that our trend filter has remained green going back to November of last year. And that's when we were alerted to the fact that we are now in a potential bull market. And that's exactly what happened. It was fully confirmed with the breakout in January of this year. And that has still gone on to perform very, very well. A true bear market, guys, is when is between 20% to 50% decline. But also, an additional factor to note is that when it breaks below the weekly 200 simple moving average, if I compress the chart, you will see that the S&P 500, ignore coronavirus because it was a blip, black swan event. But if you compress the chart, you will see that the S&P 500 has not broken below the 200 simple moving average. You can't see it very well, but it hasn't broken below the 200 simple moving average since 2008. That was the last true bear market. Since 2010, broke above the 200 simple moving average. It's been using the weekly 200 simple moving average as a trampoline. Every time it comes to it, like it did in 2011, it bounced. Then again in 2016, bounced. Again in 2018, bounced, had Corona, absorbed Corona into the market, nice bull run, came back in 2022, and since 2022, it's bounced. So again, really important. If you go back onto our media channel, if you go back to 2022, around this time, everyone was talking about failing banks and how failing banks are going to crash the earth. But What I said on my media channels was, guys, remain calm because there's a very chance we could see a revival. And the only reason was because I knew based on its performance, it kept on bouncing off the 200 simple moving average. And that's exactly what it's done. So we're very much in a bull market, guys, regardless of what people want or think or need. We are bullish, and that's the direction we want to be going in. Daily time frame. Now, the daily time frame, guys, the way to look at the daily time frame is it's aligned with the weekly time frame. So the weekly is big sister, the daily is little sister. Whatever big sister is doing, you want little sister to be following. So we have the same factors that we have on the weekly, the same indicators we have on the weekly, we have those on the daily time frame. So going back to the daily time frame, if I open it up, you can see that we have the trend filter alternating between green, gray, and red. Now, where the daily trend filter turns gray and red, as it did in April, and then again earlier this month, as long as the weekly trend filter remains green, we can say that all we need to do here is apply patience, because ultimately patience is one of those investor skills that's very underappreciated. People want money and they'll do anything to chase money, but something that they forget is that investing and growth is a function of time. So if you eliminate time, you eliminate ultimately making money. You can't force the process. And that's where that sort of short-term day trading mentality comes in. People are chasing money all the time. But when it comes to wealth is a function of time, because you've got to hold and you've got to compound and you've got to allow positions to come good. But if you do it correctly, as I said, you'll be very, very handsomely rewarded. Think about the amount of time and money people waste, years chasing money, day trading. I've seen it myself. Whereas if they had a portfolio in that same period that was just growing and compounding away, they would all be many multiples richer. So what we have, guys, is alignments, monthly, weekly, and the daily. The other reason why it's aligned, if we go to the daily in the bottom right, is that when the monthly, weekly, and the daily align, the bars on the daily bottom right turn blue. So you can see now for the last 3 days, the monthly, weekly, and the daily, they've all been aligned and the bars have turned blue again. So we have that multi-time frame alignment and the market's bullish. But of course, what we want is new all-time highs. When the S&P breaks out, prints new all-time highs, the NASDAQ, the Dow, when they all print out and print new all-time highs, we are very much in a bull market. And that's where you really want to go to town with buying stocks. Okay, so now that we've had a look at that, I'm just going to close this window down, and I'm going to open up the first stock in that list, which was, I want to start with Coca-Cola, to be honest with you. That's the first stock that I want to look at. So let's look at Coca-Cola, and then we'll come back around to the other stocks that are in that list. Okay, so you can see that Coca-Cola has now opened up in that same 4-screen setup that we have, monthly, weekly, 2 daily charts. So if you start with the monthly, guys, if I just open that up, the ribbon, bottom right corner, you can see that we have the bullish ribbon now coming in. And if you have a look at what's happened in the last 2 months, look at July, look at August, bullish months printing new all-time highs. Compare that to the indices. The indices have had a tough time of things, but Coca-Cola has gone on to perform well. So you can see why you want to focus, even though you want to know what's happening on the indices, you do want to really get an idea of what's happening on the sort of smaller cap stocks that aren't really getting as much media attention. If you look at the weekly, if I open that up, you can see that the trend filter has been green since May. It's been working its way up, now around $70 a share. It's broken out of this long-term consolidation. Remember the expression, guys, the longer the consolidation, the bigger the breakout. It was around this area here where the MAT, the Explorers, started picking up Coca-Cola to say, hey, guys, keep an eye out on Coca-Cola. It could break out and print new all-time highs. And if we go to the daily in the bottom right, if I open up the daily time frame, again, you can see how it's aligned, broken out of consolidation, printing new all-time highs. The 20, the 50, the 200 simple moving averages, they're all angled up, confirming that we're in a bull market. And you can see that there is a bullish ribbon at the bottom. We also have this custom indicator at the bottom, which tells us how linear the trend is. Linearity is what we're looking for. Clean trend. A clean trend is one that is made up of, if you look at this area here, move, pull back, move, pull back, move, pull back, pullback, breakout, pullback, breakout for a sustained period over weeks and months, that's what you call a linear trend. And so this indicator here at the bottom, as long as it remains below this black line, we are in a linear trend. You can see that sometimes it disconnects and it breaks above. That's where you could potentially look to exit, or where it just means applying a little bit of patience because the market is going through some kind of correction. And if you do apply patience and look at support and resistance levels, for example, you're then rewarded with a recovery. But overall, Coca-Cola, if you look at the trend since January, December of last year, it's been a very, very clean trend. Okay, so then the question is, when do you enter? So that's where the daily in the bottom right comes in. In the daily in the bottom right, first of all, we wait for the bars to turn blue, confirming that multi-time frame alignment. And then when the market is ripe to start entering, the software will produce signals. You will see that we have circular signals and we have these diamonds. The circular signals are weaker signals where we are saying, hey, you could potentially enter, but these aren't the best signals. There's some kind of disconnect. It could be one of the indicators that's lined up one of the indicators hasn't lined up with the other indicators. It could be that the breakout itself isn't very good. So if you look at this bar here, it's more of a doji rather than a bullish bar. So that could potentially be why there's a weaker signal breakout on there. But if you look at these two most recent breakout signals, they're diamonds. And what that's telling us is that this is prime territory now to start considering positions. Now, with every breakout signal, and even with pullback signals, you have the entry point, which is this green line. You have your stop loss, which is this red line. And you have this purple line here at the top, which is what we call our compound level. It's not a take profit level, it's a compound level. So when the stock moves up in our favor, let's say we enter at this position and the stock moves sideways for a little bit around our entry point, it's now starting to gather momentum. When it hits this level, we don't take profit. What we then do is start considering adding more of Coca-Cola into the portfolio. This is what is known as compounding. So instead of having one position, we could have 3, 4, 5 positions in the portfolio, and that exponentially grows our portfolio. So think about it, guys. An amateur may have 20 different stocks in their portfolio. We may have 4 stocks with 5 positions on each. So it's a much more concentrated portfolio around good top performing stocks. Don't over diversify, pick the best stocks and compound. Another indicator here at the bottom, you can see this confirms how good the breakout signal is. So if you look at this bar here, you can see that it's a red histogram. That's why there is a circle, because it's saying that this breakout bar isn't very good. But if you look at the most recent breakouts, you can see there's green histograms. And that's telling you that these are much stronger breakout signals that you want to consider. Then the final point to note, guys, is the red line. See this dotted red line that's following under the bars? This is the trailing stop loss. And you can see how well our trailing stop loss is. Where people often go wrong is that they use stop losses and trailing stop losses that are too tight. We like to take the volatility of the stock over a number of days, say, for example, average true range. It's called average true range. We may take it over 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, work out what that average true range is, let's say $10 every month. And then we multiply it depending on the strategy, multiply it by 4, 5, 6, 7, ultimately wide stop losses. Because that allows us to stay in trends for 12, 18, 24 months. If the stop losses are too tight, you will never, ever gather any momentum. You have to step back and you have to allow trends the time they need to come good. Trends are a function of time. Think of fashion. Good fashion trends stay in play for years, decades potentially. Bad fashion trends, they come and go and they're forgotten about. Fads. That's how you want to look at good investing. Good investing and trends, they stay in play for months to years. So to maximize those trends, we want to give trends the space they need to come good. So you have that all on the charts for you as well. Again, the logic, the formulas, everything that goes into this is all explained for you. 1, in the manual, and 2, in the expert commentary as well. Everything is there for you. Why the bars are blue, where the stop losses are, why the stop losses are there. Everything is explained in that commentary. So you've got that constant companion with you explaining the logic behind all of these setups. Okay, so Coca-Cola, guys, you can see why it's a good stock. The S&P has not broken out and printed new all-time highs, but Coca-Cola has. And when the NASDAQ, when NVIDIA and Microsoft and Google, when they were all correcting because of bad earnings, a lot of these smaller cap stocks were moving up. So that's where a good portfolio comes in, so that you can allow those tech stocks to go through their correction. You don't exit them. You may get stopped out of some positions. That will happen, but you don't generally exit them out of fear. You just allow them to go through their correction. They often then create a base and then they start recovering. So all of these stocks are recovering now, right? Microsoft is recovering. NVIDIA is recovering. Guys, what it is that there's a level of sophistication to it that people tend to overlook. They think it's easy. It's not easy. It's simple, but it's sophisticated. As Leonardo da Vinci said, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. So it's exactly that. That is 100% true for good investing. It's so simple that people tend to dismiss it and look for more complicated techniques. Okay, let's move on. Let's look at the next few stocks. I'm aware of time, so I'm going to run through these a little bit quicker. Okay. MMC. This is in my portfolio. It's been in my portfolio numerous times. Again, US stock, I'd never heard of it till MetaStock picked it up. Again, look at the performance, guys. These are real powerhouse, real thoroughbred stocks. I mean, you go back to 2011, 2012, these stocks were trading at less than $50. You're looking at prices of around $25, $30. It's now $223. So a real behemoth of a stock. Marsh and I think is McLennan, the pronunciation. But if you look at the MAT, green on the monthly, green ribbon, bullish ribbon on the weekly, bullish ribbon on the daily. So we have that multi-time frame alignment. All three are aligned. And then if we go to the daily in the bottom right, and if I just compress that, you can see that it's moving up, and you can see how the bars have turned blue in recent days, and it's now starting to work its way to the upside. So this is a stock, again, that we have in our portfolio. We've had it in our portfolio since earlier this year. We're now looking to add more positions, compounding. Okay, Motorola Solutions. Of course, you guys are all familiar with Motorola Solutions. Again, a real behemoth of a stock. You go back to 2009, and it was trading at dollars. It was trading at, I don't even know, what was the price? Doesn't really, yeah, around $17, $18. Look at where it is now, $421. Massive, massive stock. Printing out, breaking out, setting record all-time highs. Bullish on the monthly, bullish on the weekly, bullish on the daily. Look how clean this trend is, guys. A clean trend is one that's supported by the 20 and the 50 simple moving averages. This is what I mean by linearity. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful stock. So if you've got 10 of these stocks in your portfolio, all compounded, and then you rebalance every 12, 18 months, add the next set of stocks, then the next set of stocks. That's how you will consistently grow your portfolio. Just to go to the daily in the bottom right. Again, you can see really clean, particularly from February of this year, how clean it's been. Really, very nice clean. So look at all the breakouts, guys, the green diamonds telling you entry points. So you can see that if you bought the first entry and then repeatedly compounded on the previous entries, on the subsequent entries, you'd be performing very, very well right now. Remember, guys, if the NASDAQ breaks out and the S&P breaks out, the Dow breaks out, these stocks will just continue pushing up. And you look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA did a stock split at $1,200 a share. So what's stopping Motorola going up to $1,000, right? There's a question I often get asked is, how high can a stock go? Well, let the stock tell you. Don't try and figure it out. Why would, if you're buying a stock and it's going up in your favor, why do you want to sell it? It makes no sense. You want to keep on holding it and buying it because it's profitable. Okay, let's move on. See what is next in the list. Yeah, PGR, Progressive. I mean, this stock has, again, it's a real powerhouse. Look at it from the monthly perspective. Remember how I said I look for stocks with at least 5 to 10 years of history? This is why. Because if it's performed well in the past, like it did here, 2017 to 2019-20, you can see how well it performed. Then it's likely to perform well going forward. We've been in this stock since last year, and you can see how well it's performing. It was around $150 in October of last year. It's now at $237. Bullish on the weekly, bullish on the bullish on the monthly, bullish on the weekly, bullish on the daily. So you can see why it's in my portfolio. Now, I also want to share stocks. Sometimes people ask, well, what about stocks that don't work out? Yes, there will be stocks that don't work out. Skechers is a good example of that. Skechers is a stock that looked promising. We entered it at I think it was the start of this year in May or June. We entered Skechers, and you can see that it's failed. It's reversed and it stopped us out. And we can see that in more detail. Excuse me. We can see that in more detail on the daily time frame. If we look at the daily time frame, we entered during these periods here where these diamonds are, and because of the correction, it reversed and it stopped us out. You can see where our stop loss is. Our stop loss is around this level here. So we entered somewhere around $70. Our stop loss was somewhere around $60 based on the ATR formula. And you can see that we got triggered into our position and it failed. Typically, we don't risk more than 1%, 2% of our account on any one position. So you're not emotionally attached. We got stopped out for a 1% loss. But if you look at all the other stocks that have been performing well, Motorola, for example, these losses get absorbed into the performance. You don't want to think in terms of winning and losing. You want to think in terms of profit versus loss. So just another quick script through. I know I'm running out of time, so I'm just conscious of that. But I just want to share some of the other stocks that have done, that we've picked up with, that we performed, invested in the past, and now are performing well. Waste Connection, WCN. These are all new all-time highs. Everything on the right-hand side are new all-time highs, guys. Walmart, new all-time highs. If you look at it in February, it was around $56. Now it's $73. Aflac, another stock that's performed very, very well for us in the past. You can see that there's periods where it performs very, very well. Went through a bit of a correction. It's now trending again. It had a really good earnings window. It's now over $100. Excuse me, Aflac. What else have I got in here? Fiserv, right? This, guys, is a real powerhouse. I had never heard of this till it got picked up. But look at its performance. This is 2012, where it was around $6, and then it went up to $120 in 2020. So this 8-year trend, that's what you want. Imagine holding this stock for 8 years, and you've just repeatedly bought into it. It then went through this consolidation. So there's your phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 breakout was in January of this year, and it's now trending and is in phase 4. We've entered positions. We've got multiple positions in play since the start of this year. Let's see what else we got. Intercontinental Exchange, another one. This has only just started breaking out, printing the all-time highs again. Look how well it's performed. It's now going again. And final stock, Coca-Cola. We're back to Coca-Cola. So you can see what I'm getting at here with buying these stocks that have gone through 4 phases, entering at that breakout phase 3, wait for the breakout phase 3, enter at the start of phase 4. Okay. I'm now going to move over to my slides again just to finish up. Okay, so the 3-step blueprint using the MAT. First of all, pinpoint when to invest for maximum ROI. This is where your market conditions come in, particularly using the S&P 500. If it's bullish, beautiful. If it's sideways, stand aside. If it's bearish, go short. And then part 2, step 2, identify top trending stocks to invest in for maximum ROI. This is where asset selection comes in. I've just shown you how to do that. Scan the market during breakouts or pullbacks, depending on what's happening. Shortlist those stocks, do the 4-screen setup, update your watch list, invest in the best ones. And then part 3, invest using a proven trend following strategy for maximum ROI. This is strategy execution. Again, you get that with the daily in the bottom right. You got your entry points, you got your stop losses, you got your compound levels, you got your trading stop losses. It's all there for you guys. It's complete. There's nothing missing here. All you have to learn is how to use this. And that, well, there's a bit of education like everything else. You got to earn your stripes. You can't just expect to get money. You got to earn your stripes. But when you do, and you know, it doesn't take a long time. As I said, it's very simple to learn this stuff, but it takes time to gather a bit of momentum. Now, if you cannot define your edge, you don't have one. And if you don't have an edge, you will get eaten by someone who does, right? I'm going to say that again. If you cannot define your edge, you don't have one. And if you don't have an edge, you will get eaten by someone who does. The MAT is your edge. This is what will make sure that you're consistently finding the best stocks. So let's go through this. Use the explorers to scan for the best performing stocks from the strongest sectors. I said at the very beginning, 11 sectors, find the best stocks. Use the 4-screen setup. That's the tools, the expert advisors, and the commentary to shortlist the very best stocks into tier A and tier B. That's typically how I do it. Tier A, make it into the portfolio. Tier B, I'm watching. Create a risk management framework. Very simple. Don't risk more than 2% per position and have a max risk allocation, 20%, 30%, whatever you're comfortable with. Use the daily bottom right to place positions in your broker account. So the entry points, the stop losses, they're all there for you. You just transfer them into your broker account manually. You don't want to plug this into your broker account. It's got to be part automated, part manual. You do not give up on yourself. Everyone's turning to AI because they haven't developed the right skills. Do not give up on yourself. Place a set of positions, e.g. 10 stocks, cut out of losers with small losses, strategically hold and compound the winners. Use the trailing stop loss in the daily bottom right to manage positions, take profit and rebalance every 12 to 18 months. Repeat the process for life. Train your loved ones to carry on your good work, a legacy to be proud of. Because, guys, the schooling system is not going to do it for you. Someone's got to take the bull by the horns. So as part of the MAT, you get these 16 explorers, the 16 expert advisors, 11 bespoke indicators, 11 templates, very detailed manual explaining everything, and a wonderful support structure from not just MetaStock, which is phenomenal, but also us here at Sublime Trading. Okay, it's a $10,000 one-time offer. But a month ago, we had a Black Friday offer, which was a 50% reduction on the price. Bobby asked me if we could still extend that to today's presentation. I've happily agreed to that. Yes, we had a number of people take up the 50% reduction on the price. So there is a $5,000 one-time offer. And with that, you get one-to-one onboarding call with myself. You get live training, which is to be confirmed. It's either this month or next month, depending on numbers at the moment. We're picking up numbers, so we want to get a nice number of people together to have this live training day. You get a private community where we discuss daily setups and a monthly training webinar for the next 6 months. Okay, so where's the value in all of this? Well, first of all, 30 plus years of combined experience between myself and my co-founder will save you thousands of dollars in terms of having to create this yourself, because believe me, guys, there's a lot of time and effort that's gone into this. Will save you endless hours. You can figure this out yourself, but it's going to take you a long time, hours and hours. I'm talking months to years potentially to figure this out yourself. You've got a proven system which we use to manage our hedge fund. We have millions under management. That's really the true value of this MAT, because the MAT is what we use to manage the positions in our fund. So there's millions under management there. This is where the value comes in. This is what you're getting, a system that is being used to manage a hedge fund. You also have the peace of mind that your future is ultimately where it should be. It's in your own hands. People are often short of a process, and that ultimately means being short in retirement for cash. Not anymore. And as I said, a system to pass on to your loved ones. This is your legacy, something to be really proud of. Because as I said again, the schooling system is not going to do this for you. The schooling system is good for building careers. It's useless for financial literacy. So you've got to take the bull by the horns, get on top of it, and then pass that on to your loved ones so that they can do the same. Because no one's going to do it for you. So once again, guys, there is a 50% reduction on the price, one-time offer of $5,000. Bobby will show you how to take advantage of that. Bobby, hopefully I am on time. Over to you, please.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Zaheer. Great work. Let me go ahead and get everything turned back on here. All right. Yeah, so guys, if you're interested in taking advantage of that discount on the Market Advantage Toolkit, which with it being 50% off, I mean, you absolutely can't go wrong there. Definitely something I recommend giving a try. We've actually been getting great feedback on this system ever since it was released. I myself follow along with the community, and I get like kind of daily updates and emails from everything going on with them. And so it's something I highly recommend. I'll even read kind of this message that somebody chatted in earlier. He said that he really wanted to thank Zaheer Anwari for all of his information and all of his presentations. He says that he's been following his technique with kind of like the buy high and sell higher, and it's greatly improved his trading performance. And he also went along to like thank us here at Metastock as well. But yeah, we've always gotten a lot of great reviews, and I've heard great things about everything that Zaheer and his team do. So that's fantastic. If you guys are interested in taking advantage of this offer, you can jump into our chat room. It's just metastock.com /sales chat. And also checking another link here, but that's going to be the best way because our team can help answer any of your questions. If you also need a subscription to Metastock, or if you want to sign up for a trial or something of that nature, they can also help you out with that there. So we've posted that kind of into the different chat rooms. So the metastock.com /sales chat, or you'll see it on your screen here in just a moment as well. And that's going to be one of the best ways to take advantage of that. Or if you're interested in other ways that you can maybe try it out, our sales team can talk to you about that as well. So definitely just reach out and chat in with them. I'm going to go ahead and make myself the presenter here and share my screen. All right, here we go. So Zaheer already covered a lot of this, and he already kind of showed you guys everything in Metastock that I kind of would have wanted to show you about his system. He does just such a great job. It's been integrated so well into Metastock, but it does come with the 16 explorations, 16 expert advisors. You get almost a dozen indicators and templates there, and there is a very well detailed manual that kind of explains everything. And not only do you have the full support of Zaheer and his team and their community, but you also get support from us over here at Metastock. So I've kind of mentioned this throughout the day. Here at Metastock, we put a big focus on kind of support and assisting our customers so we can help you get the software installed onto your computer as well as the add-on. We can kind of do a quick demo of all the different tools and features and make sure that you're comfortable with everything. It's something we really take a lot of pride in, is making sure we're taking care of our customers. There's a bunch of different tools and things inside of there. Just to kind of catch up on time here, I'll just quickly click through all of this. You pretty much got to see all of that with Zaheer before. We are doing kind of a special bundled offer so people can take advantage of a lot of the different trading systems today, pretty much everything we've shown. And if you're interested in that, you can sign up for that at metastock.com /Eurodeal. But in order to get that lifetime 50% off offer, you would have to chat into our team. It is a very special offer, so it's not just made available online to everyone. It's only available during these promos, so reach out to us as soon as you can at metastock.com /sales chat, and we can help you out with that. Or if you're interested in learning more about any of today's offers, or if you have additional questions, things of that nature, we can direct you there as well. Just seeing if there were other questions. Okay, no, I think that kind of clears things up. So yeah, thanks Zaheer. Fantastic work as always. Really appreciate having you on. And yeah, I'll be in touch again soon in the near future.
Brilliant. Thank you. Cheers, guys. And thank you very much, Bobby and Metastock. Always appreciate it.
My pleasure. All right. So next up, we do have Timothy Straiton. And so I've been working with him for a number of months now. He's been a partner of Metastock's for many, many years. But I've been working with him on his latest trading strategy. And today he's going to be talking a little bit about that and kind of how it all works. Hey, Tim, I see that you're in the room with us. How are you doing today?
Fine. I hope you can hear me. Is it okay?
Yep, I can hear you. I can see you. You're looking great. Thanks for coming on today. We're glad to have you. I'm glad that you're able to kind of go through the Elasticity 2.0. I know that you really put a lot of work and effort into it, and I really like some of the strategies that you're able to share and the things that you're going to be able to teach us today. I know we're running a little bit behind on schedule, but no worries. I'm the last speaker after you. So however long or short you want to take today, you should be all good to go with that.
Okay, fine. Thanks, Bobby. Well, actually, today I'm going to talk about not only the elasticity trading system, but also a method we've discovered to filter out stocks which are not trending, and just focus on the ones where you have a opportunity to make good returns on trading with a trading system.
Fantastic.
It's like this. Even the best trading system in the world is not going to make money on stocks which are not trending. So I'd like to start this presentation with just a PowerPoint, just to give you an idea of what it's all about.
Okay,
and
pop up to be the presenter.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is going over to a PowerPoint presentation. I hope you can see it.
Yep, I see that. Identifying deterministic dynamics in financial markets.
Okay, here we go. Right. So a lot of you may be asking what that means. Deterministic dynamics. That means the the characteristics of a stock when it's going in one direction. That's deterministic. So wait a minute. Let's have a look. Okay, you've got the PowerPoint screen here.
Yep, I can see it.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of this. Hold on. Okay, so we're looking at some of the main culprits for trading losses: lack of trading discipline, trading against the trend, lack of capital management, and lack of a sound trading strategy, which Zaheer was talking about before. One of the unestimated causes for trading losses are trading financial instruments with an unsuitable behavioral profile. So let's get back to what this actually means, determinism in computer science. It's a system where there's no randomness involved in the development of future states of the system. A deterministic model will always produce the same output from a given starting condition or initial state. Finding suitable trading candidates. I'm just going to turn over to, I'm just running out of power on my headset. Hold on just a sec, I'll be right with you. Some stuff.
Timothy, I don't know if you can hear me, but we cannot hear you since you changed out your mic.
Can you hear now?
Oh, I beg your pardon? We
Yep.
can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
I
Okay,
assume,
fine. My headset, the battery just went out of the headset. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's carry on. So what we've developed is an MACD volatility normalized momentum indicator. This was actually developed by one of my colleagues, Alex Spiridu from London. What I've done is use this indicator in an exploration so that we can go through, use the MACD in a normalized way so we can compare the trend strength of stocks. So we can do a filter over all stocks and just pinpoint the ones which are showing a trend. So what we've done, we've taken a selection of stocks with 100 days back, and those stocks which have showed extreme trend force. I'll give you one of this is 3Ms here. This is using this volatility indicator, and when the indicator comes over a certain level, this is 50, this indicates to us that the market has a very strong trending force, right? Just as a comparison, this is a stock Paychecks, which has very little percentual range. It's very choppy. And you see here, this indicator shows the lack of trend force, where the indicator values bullish is under 50 and bearish is also is above minus 50. So if I put these stocks together, you can see the difference. This is on the left, you have a 3M, which is shown strong trend where you've got a lot of trading possibilities. And Paychecks, which whatever you do, it's bound to be, it's going to cause you a lot of frustration. So what we've done, and actually afterwards we'll do this in real time on Metastock just to show you how it works. We scanned through 5,778 US optional stocks, and using this scan, we filtered out only 295. That's only about 5% of these stocks which were qualified or ideally suited for trading. Then we used our elasticity system just to show you the test results. So what actually happened with just these few stocks out of 5,500, you can see the performance of all these filtered out stocks, hardly any losses. And what is also interesting with this elasticity system, the trade profit to loss ratio is very high in favor of profits, which you don't have in many systems. We did again another exploration with this system. We just said we only want to look at stocks which only have 30% of trading force. And using the same elasticity system, you see how bad the results were. So it just goes to prove that by filtering out trending stocks, it'll save you a lot of problems. So I'm just going to go out of this now. And we go back into Metastock. Okay, here we are. So So what I've got here, just two examples. This is Lululemon sports manufacturer, which has been showing very strong trend force, both on the upside and on the downside. So this would be an ideal candidate to trade. You've got a lot of big moves. So what we're going to do now, I'm just going to just clear these away. So I'm going to take now an expiration. What I'm going to do is use this MACD trend filter. So this is going to go through the US optional stocks. So I'm going to do a filter now to start this exploration. This is end of day data. This is Friday closed data. I'm using end of day data because with real-time data, this will take a hell of a long time. So just bear with me just for a minute. So when this exploration is finished, it'll actually only reject about 98% of the stock. So you've just got a small handful of stocks which you can really focus on. You see, rejected 97.7%. Okay, here we go. So this is the list of stocks which have had a very strong trending force. So what I'm going to do now is just going to save these. I'm going to call them so we're going to save this list. Okay, so we get going out of here. What I'm going to do now is going to use this list in the system tester. I'm not only going to use elasticity, I'm going to use a few others as well. And this is the list of stocks. So we're going to do this on a daily 1 year period. Just to go through, just give you a demonstration how fantastic this filtering system is. It'll save you a lot of frustration. Okay, so this is the result now. So that's random average gain. So you've got elasticity, total trader from Metastock. You've got vertical, horizontal filter. So these now we'll have a look at the results with this one. And the elasticity from those stocks, about 128 stocks, you can see how very few were in losses, and the losses were actually very minimal. You had here Humana with 20% gain over a year. What is interesting, and with this system, the trade profit to loss ratio is fantastic. And that's very important. If you're trading and you may have one winning shot with 10 losses, you're not going to run that system. You're going to lose faith in it. So this is also important. You've got very, very high, even down to the bottom. The worst performer was Solar Roach Technologies with 3.5% loss. But on the upside, you had a lot of good profits. And this is, of course, is without leverage. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to do another explanation. I'm going to take this trend filter and I'm going to change the values. So actually this filter is filtering out stocks which are above $10 and where 80% of them had a high trending values. If I could do minus 30 now, this is the same trend filter, and run this on these stocks again. Just have a look what's happening. So what we're doing now, we're running through these US optional stocks for about 5,500 of them, and it's selecting those stocks where the trending power was very limited. And when this is finished, I'm going to run this selection of stocks through the trading systems just to see what a negative result comes out if you're trading with non-trending stocks. It's amazing. Okay, here we go. So you can see the values here are very low. What I'm going to do is just save this selection. Okay, so I'm going out of the Explorer now. What I'm going to do is going back into the system tester. I'm going to use these low trending, which we just filtered, and just take a look what the results are. It's quite amazing. I'm testing this on the same systems, elasticity, MACD, the vertical horizontal filter, and the total trader. Okay, so here we go. It's everything red. All red. So I take the elasticity. You see the number of, even this, the elasticity is a pretty stable system. But even here, when you use it, you're trying to trend with non-trending stocks. The performance is disastrous. There are one or two good gains, but majority of them are disappointing. So that's that. Coming back to the elasticity system itself, I'd just like to explain that how this works. I'm just going to start with a dollar Swissy chart. Okay, so this is just given a short entry today. This is a real-time data. What actually happens is the system works on inside bar breakout. That means when an inside bar is detected and the market is bearish, and we explain bullish or bearish by the direction of the 29-day exponential period exponential moving average. So these lines here, this is the bullish and bearish breakout levels based on an inside bar. So when an inside bar is hit, this generates a short sale. Down at the bottom here, we have the real-time profit and loss. This is going to move up and down as the market moves up and down. Unfortunately, there's not much going in the currencies in the dollar right now. We have, in a short system, this green line is the stop loss for all bullish positions. The red line is the stop loss for long positions. The gray line at the bottom here, this is the target, short target exit. So at this level here, at 85.09, you would close out this position. What we also have is an expert commentary. Which should appear sometime. One thing to be careful of when using this system with real-time data, it could be in this particular case that the close is above this red line. In that case, this short entry signal would disappear. So actually, this system was designed for daily data. So the data you get is the closing prices. So there can be no uncertainty. With real-time data, that is a risk. If this recovers, then there's no short entry. What we have also here is the expert advisor tells you what's going on, the trend, it gives the relative strength index, and this is a sell short. So when you're using this in real time, it shows you where we went in and where the profit target is 85. Huh? Okay, we're back. So I'm going to go out of this one. Going back to end of day data. just to explain here. The 29-day exponential moving average dictates the trend, so it's pretty flexible, but it's not too short to give mixed ideas. At the bottom here, we've got the trading performance. So whatever you do, you're always covered with long or short positions. When you get a signal, you can give to a broker the entry, the buy stop, and the target exit. Of course, bear in mind that these levels will change dynamically every trading day or every hour, depending on what time frame you're using. So for this reason, we have some explorations where we can scan through. So what I'm going to do now is go back to the exploration, and then we're going to go to show you what this system actually shows you. It shows you, for instance, opening positions. That means if you run this once a day, so it's not a lot of work to do, you can actually scan through your portfolio stocks. Let's take the high trending. So what we can do, we can start this exploration. We can see if today there are any new buy signals or sell signals. So we have today, for long in, we've got no shorts. It's quite, these are stocks fast and all, the closing price, where you should place your long stop and target exit. So this is for today, but obviously tomorrow it can be a little bit different. If you run that every day, you can see how you are. Globe and ordinary shares. Here, stop loss and target exit 217. Zeta Global Holding 2467, the stop 2009 and the target at 26. So this is one of the explorations. The other one we have is closing positions. So on your portfolio, we can run that to see if there's anything we have to close out. And you've got a few here. Calvert Law's closing price, long exit. And here we have a short exit, fasten or short exit here. So again, what also we have is a complete list of current active trades. So this exploration will show you what you've got outstanding and how your profit and loss levels are. And this, of course, in real time, if you're using real-time data, you've got it, it'll be moving around all the time. Huh? So here we are. So of that portfolio of stocks, half of them, 53%, were rejected, and this expand this a little bit, you can see it better. So what you've got here, the first one, 10 times Genonics ordinary. This is long. The price is now 21.75. There's your stop loss. That's the entry price. And there's you've got your performance. So, and actually you can go through and see which ones are doing the best. How are ordinary shares? This is one closed 38.90. The entry price was 33.92. Performance is now 12.8%. So you've got the performance runs in real time. So you've got a complete rundown of open positions, also shorts. Short is a 1 here. So you've got a complete rundown of, this is actually the performance, the real performance, and this is the potential performance here. What I'd like to just to go through with a few other markets just to show you, just on the NASDAQ, for instance. This is the whole NASDAQ. We haven't selected any stocks according to their trend strength, but just to give you an idea how that looks. This is going back 1 year. So this is on unfiltered stocks. This is the NASDAQ 100. You've had some very big gains. Lam Research with 35.5%. 11 winners against 5 losers. Some pretty good gains right through here. Losses, we had one big loss, Altasen, but generally the losses were not so dramatic, and there were more gains than losers. But of course, this is an unfiltered system test. So the point is, by using this, the MACD filter, you're going to save yourself a lot of problems. So that is actually the end of the presentation. If anyone's got any questions, be happy to answer them.
Hey, Tim, I'm just checking if I see any other questions. I can find my page here. Right, yeah, I'm not seeing that any other questions have come through, Tim. But thanks for kind of going through that. Yeah, I know it really makes a big difference when you utilize that MACD scan first to make sure that you're working on trending stocks. And then I really like how well the elasticity system actually performs when you're using it on, different trending securities. So thanks for kind of, pointing out that distinction there. That was interesting.
As I say, for anyone purchase of the elasticity system, which has been out now for, I think, a couple of months, they can contact me and I can send them a copy of it because it is really a great help. Not only with elasticity, but for any trading system, it makes you focus on those stocks and it doesn't have to be American. It can be Saudi Arabian or Australian or British stocks. It's universal. And it really is a great help. Huh?
Yeah, perfect. All right. Well, I have a few slides here to share, so I'll go ahead and kind of take back over.
Okay.
All right, I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Close this down, share my camera. All right, especially when you're first filtering to find those trending securities, which you can do with the help of the additional exploration that Tim is offering to include. We also have some extensive training that's available for this too. So he put together a really well-made manual that kind of goes through a lot of different like patterns and things you should be looking for. It goes through how to use the add-on itself, how to run all these scans and everything of that nature. And we have a bunch of videos available if you were to order that add-on. You can actually just sign up to get a special offer on it at Metastock. I actually realized there's a typo right there, but it's metastock.com/Straiton, or just come into our chat room at metastock.com/sales chat, and we're happy to answer any of your questions there. We also, let me go to this slide here. So we also do have a bundled package. You guys have seen a lot of different systems today. So we went through, elasticity too just now with Tim. We also saw some of the indicators from tradingindicators.com, and we're actually doing a full bundle with their Super Signals and Power Bundle 360. Plus, in this special, you get 3 months access to the Sublime Trading Markets Market Advantage Toolkit. In this bundle here, normally $4,385. It's just $1,545. Or if you're interested in any of these individual products, just come into our chat room. We're happy to answer your questions. They also have that 50% off the lifetime purchase of Market Advantage Toolkit that was in there as well. And of course, we're going to give you guys our Metastock training and support for anything that you need. Or if you need a trial of Metastock, we'll hook you up with that too. You can also get this at that Euro deal link, so metastock.com/Euro deal. Now, to kind of take things back over here. So again, I'm Bobby Hiller. I've been your host today. I've been with Metastock for coming on just about 8 years now. I started out kind of on the sales team, but I've been working in our business development department for a number of years now. And I have a great job. Honestly, I get to meet with different traders, different like professionals or institutions from all over the world, and I get to kind of learn their different trading strategies and things of that nature. And it's really been a great learning experience for me. And one thing that's also fantastic is we're able to kind of take strategies from all of these different creators and professional traders, and we can implement their systems into Metastock to make it really easy to follow these proven trading strategies for any trader, such as yourselves. And so what I'm going to do today is kind of just demonstrate a lot of the different tools within Metastock. You guys have kind of seen a lot of these being used throughout the day by a lot of the different presenters, because as mentioned, we've been able to get their strategies inside of Metastock. Well, I'm just going to show you guys more of kind of the basics and kind of how it all works. And then, if you're interested, at a bare minimum, I recommend at least taking up a trial of Metastock so you can really test it out for yourself and see how it performs. So I'm going to just very quickly go through this disclaimer again. So my demonstration, it's just designed to instruct you on using Metastock and the accompanying software plugins. I'm not giving you guys any recommendations to buy or sell, but rather these are guidelines to interpreting and using the specific indicators and features within the software. The information, software, and techniques presented today should only be used by investors who have no liability for any investment decisions based on the use of the software, any trading strategies, or any information provided in connection with the company. We do not endorse the purchase of any security, nor are we paid for the promotion of any security. No information contained in this presentation should be construed as an investment advice or a solicitation to buy any security. All right. Now that that's out of the way, I've kind of touched on this throughout the day too, but I think it's just a fun fact. And these Stocks and Commodities magazine is also a sponsor of today's event, but their readers have voted us as the best analysis software for over 30 years in a row now for Metastock DC, and over 10 years in a row for Metastock Real Time, which is in a higher price category. And just to talk a little bit more about Metastock, so, you know, we've been around for actually about over 40 years now since our initial founding as a company. And we were purchased by Reuters back in 1995. We are still partnered with them, and there's been a lot of name changes, but they no longer own us. We released our first time real-time data feed based on their technology back in 2005. And then we released Metastock Zenith in 2012, and Zenith kind of goes along with the Metastock Real Time, and so that's why we've just won about 10 years on that one, but 30 years in the daily charts category. We did divest from Thomson Reuters back in 2013. You still have a lot of the same employees here. I'm pointing over here because this is where the office is. I'm over in the studio right here, you know, the average employee, I think, has been here like 9 or 10 years now. So I'm still one of the newer employees. So there's just a really kind of great environment here. We've all kind of been around for all of this. But the great thing about us having divested from Reuters is that now we can move a lot faster. There's less red tape, less levels of management meetings to kind of make it through to approve upgrades and things of that nature. However, with that being said, we are still partnered with now Refinitiv or London Stock Exchange Group for all of our data. So we've kind of been through this slide several times. I'm just going to jump through that. Today's presentation, so what I'm kind of hoping to go through with you guys is I want to show you, you know, how can you find different securities to trade? When should you get into and out of a trade? What systems should you use? How do you test your systems before actually getting into a trade? And I'm hoping to have a few minutes to also show our Metastock Zenith platform, where I'm going to show you guys how you can learn more about a company before deciding to trade with them. Now, in order to kind of answer a lot of these questions, basically what I want to do is use just a real basic strategy, the MACD, or moving average convergence divergence, just kind of like a base like indicator and system to show you a lot of the tools, but then you'll see how you know, not only can Metastock turn a very simple tool like the MACD into a far more powerful and easier to use type of trading system, but Metastock also works with the far more complex strategies as well with all of these tools that I'm going to be showing you today too. The MACD is just kind of a great like example that I like to utilize. And maybe you're asking yourself, what is a MACD? Well, the moving average convergence divergence, it's a technical indicator to help investors identify price trends, measure trend momentum, and identify market entry points for buying and selling. It's a trend following indicator that shows the relationship between two exponential moving averages of a security's price. And this was developed in the 70s by Gerald Appel. So the main things with this, and I'm going to be showing you guys this on a chart. I just kind of like to point it out and explain it for those that don't understand. And I pulled this just off of Investopedia. If you wanted to look this up yourself or learn more about the MACD, we also have a lot of information about it in Metastock. But basically, it's calculated by subtracting the 26-period exponential moving average, or EMA, from the 12-period EMA. And then there's a signal line that's generated, and the signal line is a 9-period moving average of the MACD line itself. This is often used with daily periods, but really it can be used on any time period. And the traditional settings of it are the 26, 12, and 9. So let's go ahead and take a look at Metastock, and I'm going to show you guys this real quick. All right, so I have Metastock open here, and what I'm going to do is close all of this down and just open up a chart. I just hit forward and enter because I like the one-letter securities. And I'm going to go ahead and turn this into just a clean chart here, clean template. So again, the MACD, Metastock has hundreds of kind of built-in indicators and trading systems, but the MACD is a very popular one. Let me actually delete this out of here. Here's the MACD. I'm going to go ahead and just drop this on the chart, and you'll see, so the signal time period, the standard is to use the 9. It is the exponential is the main way that it's used. So here, generally how people will trade this is you're looking at the signal line and the MACD line itself, and when there's a cross below the MACD, that's generally going to signal a sell, or a cross above, that's going to signify that it's like a buy signal. And then there's actually a few different other ways to use the MACD as well to check for overbought and oversold conditions and things of that nature. But this is what it looks like just plotted on a chart. And you might see this with a lot of other different trading platforms, and you're like, hey, this is nothing too amazing. What's so great about using this with Metastock? Well, where we kind of really take things to the next level with, a basic trading system like this, or all the trading systems, or most of them that we have into Metastock, is we also have what's called our expert advisor system. And if we come up here, our expert advisor likes to wear this nice little top hat here. You'll see the blue guy. And if I come here and type in MACD again, here's the MACD by Metastock. I'm going to go ahead and attach this expert advisor to my chart, and you'll see kind of the difference between just having an indicator and between having the expert advisor attached. Oops, I hit that a couple of times, so we'll just do it once. You'll notice a number of things just happened here. So I have a trend ribbon that's come up so that it's really easy for me to see when I'm in a bullish zone or a bearish based off of that crossover. And I also now have signals generated on my chart for me. So I know exactly when these crossovers happened. And we can actually show this relationship pretty well if I just kind of take this line here and I put it here. So right when there was the cross below the line down here, then it's going to generate a signal up on my price chart up here. And sometimes when it's kind of choppy and it's hard to tell, is that crossing above or over? I can't really tell in the indicator down here. Well, when I have the expert advisor, it's much easier to see, okay, it crossed above it right here, and it crossed below it right here, where you might not be able to see that on the indicator itself. So that's another reason that I really like having the expert advisor attached instead of just the indicator. But there's even more to this. It doesn't stop there. So yeah, one thing as mentioned, they have the ribbon. So whenever we're above the signal line here, it's going to be bullish, and below it will be in a bearish zone. So it's showing that. But there's also more. So I'm going to come back into the expert advisor. I just right clicked on my chart to open this up, and I'm going to attach the commentary here. And you've seen the commentary throughout the day as well. A lot of our presenters were kind of showing you their trading strategies and the commentary that comes with them. And this commentary, it's adaptive. So depending where I'm clicked on the chart, it's going to be giving me information from that day and things of that nature. So if I look here, there was actually a buy signal on Ford, which is what I have open just yesterday. So I'm actually going to move my signal line to right there, and we'll look at the commentary for this. So first, it's just going to tell me like the close price, how much it changed since yesterday, what the MACD value is, and what the current signal line value is. But then there's the additional information down here. So it's letting me know that the MACD is currently bullish since it's trading above its signal line, and it crossed its signal line 0 periods ago, or today, basically, when the day that you're looking at the bar, that is. And since it's crossed the moving average, its price has been unchanged because it just happened on this day. But that lets me know, hey, if I'm looking at future dates, I can see how much it's gone up or down since that occurred. It's also saying the MACD is not in an overbought or oversold range, and there's been no divergence signals within the last 5 periods. Something else to look at here. So if we look at the chart here, we can see the price here is blue. And the reason that it's blue on here is another feature of the expert advisor that's letting me know that, hey, currently the MACD is in an overbought or oversold range where it turns the chart blue here. And so I can actually see this here. So this says the MACD is in an oversold range and price may continue to move lower for some time. but you still want to wait for prices to move higher before considering any long positions. And if you'll notice, that's because I clicked backwards and I went into where we were in an active sell. And then you can see it starts to become oversold here. And if I put this back onto my chart, the reason for that is I believe it's when it goes below this negative 0.4 line here, it starts becoming oversold. But that doesn't mean that price is going to reverse right away. It does tell you to wait. It's just kind of giving you a heads up notice that, hey, this is starting to be in an oversold condition. So it might in the near future start to switch, the price direction. And we can see that that ended up happening over here. And then that's when we got the buy signal, which would have exited a sell if we were, a short, if we were trading this with a short or something of that nature. So this is a fantastic feature of Metastock, this expert advisor. It can take a simple trading system like the MACD, but still just improve on it vastly, because sometimes it's hard to get the information you want out of looking at an indicator like this, especially when you can't quite tell when those crossovers are happening or things of that nature. But again, as I mentioned before, I'm just using the MACD as kind of an example throughout a lot of the tools I'll be showing you guys today, because it's kind of simple and easy to follow along with. Because maybe you're saying, well, I already know how the MACD works and I can know just by looking at that indicator how I'd want to trade it. Okay, fantastic, great. But this also works with the far more complex strategies as well, where it's really kind of hard to take in all the information properly off of the potentially dozens of indicators that might be on your chart or something of that nature. But with Metastock, you can take all of your trading rules and strategies and put them into this advisor. And then you can even, create it so that you get your own buy and sell signals or things of that nature based off your trading criteria. And then where Metastock is also great, doesn't just stop here. So there's additional things for this. So maybe if you did want to use the MACD, we'll say, as a trading strategy, and you're trading, the European markets or the US markets, whatever it may be, maybe you're trading the FTSE or the S&P 500, etc. Well, I don't expect you to be going through hundreds or thousands of charts every single day and kind of, scrolling through them to see what might give you a buy signal today or what might have a sell signal, etc. And so this is where the next really great tool comes in, and that's going to be the Metastock Explorer, which we've also seen a few times today. And I'll go ahead and kind of demonstrate that a little bit for you as well. I know our last speaker was showing you quite a few different like system tests and explorations and things. But we'll just keep our example on the MACD, just to kind of give you guys a general understanding of this. And something I should also mention, actually, the Explorer can be used for a lot more than just finding buy or sell signals. It can also just give you a report on pretty much any sort of mathematical formula or equation so you can get up to date on the markets. But before I get too far ahead of myself, let's kind of just go through this and show you guys what I mean by scanning for a buy and sell signal. So with Ford here, we actually had a buy signal yesterday. So this is still something you might consider trading today or something of that nature. But let's say we really just want to find something that has the buy or sell signal today. So I've typed in MACD here, and you can see it generates a lot of things. The one that we're using now is like the MACD expert system. So this will show when a buy or sell signal occurs, which is when there's that crossover with the moving averages and the MACD line and the signal line, I should say. So I'll go ahead and select this trading strategy, and then you can come down here and you'll notice, there's thousands and thousands of securities that I can choose from. Currently, we even have a lot of them hidden on this machine, but sometimes you can see over 300,000 instruments, but you can customize this to just show what you want. And for today's demonstration, it looks like we'll just go ahead and choose a smaller list here. Let's say the S&P 500, and I'm going to kind of walk through what I'm doing and explain this to you guys. So I'm going to be scanning for either a buy or a sell signal on today's bar, and the reason it's going to be today is because I'm going to use this daily interval here. And the records to load, this has 1,250 records to load. Sometimes you want to load a lot of data in here because maybe you're trying to, figure out different formulas or equations that require several years of data. With the MACD, we really don't need that many. I don't even think we need 500, but I'm going to reduce this down to just 500, and I'm going to hit Start Exploration. And again, we've seen this screen before. I'm going to kind of just walk through what's happening here. So there's 503 instruments being scanned, and you'll see that it's doing, several hundred every few seconds. And the percent rejected here is saying 90%. And that's actually a good thing that this is high, because what this means is that this is going to save me from looking at about 89 to 90% of the securities that I'm scanning for a buy and sell signal, because they just don't have that today. We got a total of 52 results now that this exploration has finished. And down here, it's showing me the results tab. If I wanted to look at the rejects, I could, but we're just going to check out the results. And there's a number of things here. So first off, I can sort by just clicking on the buy column here. And by doing it this way, everything with a 1 here has a buy signal today with the MACD. And so you can see that's a lot of these securities here. Or if I was looking for something with a sell signal, I can sort by this, and we'll see that there's about 5 today that have a sell signal. This scan also lets you know what's overbought or oversold currently. This is the overbought OB, and oversold here. There's nothing that's currently oversold. So there's a number of things I can do with this here, but I'm going to go back to the buy, because let's say I was looking for something. I'm only interested in making long trades, for example. Really this can all be kind of customized to whatever it is that you want to look at and use. But a lot of people are often, trying to just buy or using a simple strategy. So that's why we're doing that for today's demonstration. It looks like IDEX has a buy signal today. One thing I'm actually going to quickly do before I open that up, because I didn't do this earlier. So with my charts, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to set the MACD histogram. So this is actually, well, you know what? Let's do this a little bit different to keep it to exactly match up. So earlier I applied a clean template, and then I attached an expert advisor, which was the MACD. So I'm going to do that again here. So this is just kind of setting that as my default. Also, this currently is saying to display 500. You can see the MACD buy signal is on today's bar for IDEX. And I've got that expert advisor attached. So this one's showing you like the bullish and the bearish zone, and volume is everything that I have applied to this one. And now, again, if I look at the commentary, so this is saying currently the MACD is bullish. It became bullish 0 periods ago or today. So this entire list, if I come back into my Explorer, with a 1 here in the buy section, is going to have a buy signal today. So now I could just take this list of far less securities and kind of go through it. So I did open up this initial one, IDEX here. And something else really neat that you guys can do that I like to show is, because I opened this up from a list, I can actually just come down here to this arrow and I can click the next arrow, and it's going to open up the next one that was in that list. So now here is HES, which is going to open up, and I'm going to zoom back in, and you can see it has that buy signal here. And I can also change these to open up with maybe less data displayed. I did actually set that to 500. But maybe I wanted it to be less so I can look closer in on it. You'll also see this, the default for this has candlesticks on it, so it looks a little different from the one I was showing earlier. But still, you see the blue here for overbought and oversold conditions. We can see where I have buy signals and sell signals on my chart. And now I can just quickly go through this list of securities from my exploration and see what it is that I want to see. You'll notice every single one that I'm going through has that buy signal, because again, when I opened up this list from the exploration, I first sorted by the buy signals, and then so it's opening it up in this order. You could also switch this around if you just wanted to look at the cells. You can, of course, come in here too. And we saw the last presenter, he does this with a lot of his lists, which is also something I recommend. But you can come in and you can save all of the instruments, or just the ones you want. Like if I just wanted the ones with a buy signal, I'm going to shift and click, and I can come in here and save these, add it to a special list that's like today's MACD scan or something. Then I can also save that list to work in it with it in other places. Like I could open it up inside of our quote center and check it out in there, or other things of that nature. Sometimes you might want to save lists for like anything that you currently have active in a trade. And then, so say I did end up getting into some trades with this trading system today, and I kind of have those saved in my own personal portfolio. Well, then I could come back into the Explorer tomorrow or in a few days or whenever it might be, and I can run this same scan again, but just select that custom list that I had created, and it's going to run pretty much instantly if there's only, a handful of securities in there. And then I can see if anything ended up generating a sell signal off of my list. So there's a lot of ways to kind of work with this, but that's just one really common workflow that a lot of people will utilize. And again, this is going to just save you so much time if you have a trading strategy picked out and you want to be able to quickly just jump on for 10 15 minutes a day even, because once you know what you want to work with, you could just run these scans and it's going to provide you information. And then maybe you only really have to look at 5 to 10 charts a day if you're just kind of trying to manage your current existing trades, or if you really have a strategy that you're following. Now you might be saying, hey, well, you said you were also going to tell me how to choose a trading strategy and you're just showing MACD. Well, don't worry, I'm going to get to that next. So the next power tool that I want to show to you guys today is the Metastock System Tester. And note that everything that I'm showing you right now, everything from my demonstration is all just included in Metastock. There's no add-ons or additional things that you have to pay for in order to get access to what I'm showing you today. But then again, even after kind of seeing how all some of the strategies I'm going to show you guys, if you wanted to try out a trading strategy that's been proven or created by one of our partners or a professional, there are add-ons that you can get from Metastock so that you can use those systems inside of here. But everything I'm showing you now is already included. And so that's why I recommend at least getting a trial of Metastock at a minimum if you haven't tried it out yet, because I think you'll really be able to learn a lot in here, and you'll really enjoy kind of the features and things that we make available to you. So, well, actually, another thing that I want to point out. So again, that list of that exploration list that I just went through, and I actually did close it down already, but it had 53 results in it. So just remember that because I will be showing you something else in here. So with our system tester, this new power tool that I'm going into now, what it's designed to do is you can take a trading strategy and basically back test it. So you can say, such as with the MACD, and we actually saw like Tim was showing you a comparison of a few different trading strategies inside of Metastock and showing you some of those system tests. One of the ones he was using for comparison was the MACD. I'm actually typing that into the instrument list at the top. So let's put it into the right field here. So I'm going to type in MACD. This is the MACD expert system. And I'm going to actually just kind of, hover over it here for a second, or I'll just double click on it. So this system back tests for buy and sells when the MACD goes above or below its trigger line, which is that 9-period exponential moving average of the MACD. It will also use an oversold or overbought condition for the entry or exit if crossover doesn't exist. The system's formulas match those used in the MACD by Metastock Expert Advisor. And that's the Expert Advisor I've been showing you guys. So that's why, again, just for kind of demo purposes, we'll keep with the MACD here. So I'm going to select this strategy, and now I can say, okay, I want you to check over the last, maybe I'll do a scan that's slightly longer this time, over the last 1,250 records. So the last 5 years, I want to see how the MACD would have performed across certain securities. But also, I want to know how it would perform if I used my exact account size that I currently trade with, or something of that nature. So what I did now is I just clicked into the trade options right here, and we're going to check out the system test options. So there's a lot of kind of fancy things you can play around with in here, but the main one that I want to show you guys, so we're going to use a trading account and say, there's lots of ways to do this. You can put your full account balance in here, and maybe you only want to risk 2% at a time or something. That's what one of our popular partners, Vince Vora, recommends. Never trade more than 2% of your equity at a time. And you put in your full account size. Or, sometimes I like to have a trading account that's a little more high risk, that I use more high risk strategies on, one that's maybe medium risk, low risk, and then I have like an investment account. There's lots of different ways to do this. The great thing is Metastock will allow you to kind of tweak things around to work with however you want them to work with. So let's say I have an account that with $10,000 in it, and I'm willing to have up to 75% of this in active trades at a time. That doesn't necessarily mean that it would be 75% every single trade always. Anyways, we're doing a $10,000 account, and this one I'm going to allow it to use up to 75% of available equity per trade, because this is a higher risk trading account. I like to use trade execution here. So I'm going to have this utilize realistic market prices. And what that means is if I get the MACD buy signal today, okay, so I ran my scan after the market closes, or this is actually Metastock real time here. So this is showing you the current price of the security. But if you're doing like at the end of the day, if you ran a scan and then you got your buy signal. So really, if you're looking to buy this security, you're actually going to get in at the open of the next bar, and instead of like the close of this bar. So that's what this realistic market price means. So if it generates a buy signal on today's bar, then I'm really going to get in at the opening of the next bar. But you can also customize this. So sometimes what I also like to do, because I do have Metastock real time, 10 to 15 minutes before the market closes, I might go in and run my scans then. And then really what that means is I'm actually buying at the close price. So I put my buy in at the close, and then I would do the same thing for if I'm selling. So I could put my sell price at the close, or, open, high, low, however you kind of want to do this. Sometimes different things work with different trading systems. You can do it that way as well. But for this demonstration, we'll just keep it at the realistic market prices. And we're going to use the last 5 years. And now, so I have a few different options with how I can kind of run this scan or what I want to do with it. So the reason I said to remember that last scan had 52 results, because one of the options for instruments here is I can actually come in. So I'm just going to uncheck everything, but I can use my last exploration results for my system test. And I believe Tim had done some of this as well during his demonstration. But here's the 52 securities that either have a buy or sell signal today, or overbought or oversold buy or sell signal, etc. So now I can run this system test for the MACD just on the securities that might have a buy or sell today with the MACD, instead of having to run it again across like the whole S&P 500. And I can see how well it would perform. And so this will answer a number of different questions for me here, but I'm going to go ahead and just click Start System Test. You'll see this little pop-up here lets me know that it has started, and you'll see it's running through these very quickly. It's letting me know the last price on each security. This best is saying so far, this is the most that has been made on this list, but I'm going to go ahead and click View Report here. We will sort this by net profit. All right, I'm going to go ahead and make this big. So we'll see there is one real big winner here, and so that's Tesla. We all know Tesla can be a little bit wild at times, but if you were to have traded Tesla for the last 5 years using the MACD by the MACD expert system in Metastock, you would have profited 498%. There would have been 298 trades, and 152 of those were winning trades, and 146s were like loss or break even, basically. And I can actually learn a lot more about this. So one thing we know right off the bat is that this means, the MACD trading system has worked very well on Tesla the last 5 years, but this is also kind of an outlier. We know that. If I wanted to learn more about this, I can actually just double click on it, and now I'm going to have a ton more information presented to me from this system test. And there's a few key things that I always recommend that you look at. And so I'm going to direct your eyes over to the performance section here. So it lets me know how much profit. Off of just a $10,000 account, I turned it into almost $50,000 in the last 5 years. Fantastic return. But here's the big but. And the reason that I wanted to come in here, because I imagined this might have been the case. So my performance was almost 500% over 5 years. So yeah, the annualized performance was 100% per year. But something else that you notice here with this security, if I just bought it 5 years ago with that same amount of funds, and I just held on to it and I did not trade it, I would have had a 1,000% increase over that time period, or about 200% annualized buy and hold. So this is something you have to kind of look out for sometimes. And I kind of just knew Tesla might be the case with this because, you know, it's been so up and down and left and right and all over the place. So even though the MACD did perform well on this, so you could still trade the MACD on it, in this case, it would have been better to just buy this security and not have done the off and on trading. Something else I like to look at too in these system tests is the equity curve. And so the equity curve says, hey, I started with $10,000 here. This is saying every single day for those, 500 results, I believe it was. 500? No, I did 5 years. So 1,250 days. What my account did. Some days I bought, some days I sold, etc. But this is what my equity curve would have looked like. So I would have made, I would have got up to $30,000 after just 160 days. But then this, ended up coming down back to like 20K. And then it was sideways for like a number of years here. But over the last year or two, it has actually been kind of doing well on the MACD trading system. So generally, in an ideal perfect world, when I'm looking at an equity over time curve using a trading system, it's just going to be gradually trending upward. Because another scenario you might end up seeing, and I'll actually look, let's see if we can actually find one just to show this to you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and click back here. So back into here, let's look into the next Halliburton. So with this one, just real quick, the performance on this one was 164%, but the buy and hold was only 52%. So that tells me the MACD trading system performs a lot better on this security than just buying and holding the security would have over the last 5 years. And if I look at the equity curve here, okay, this is a little bit better, I would say. You can see it was a little kind of slow to get off. There was actually a big down period here. That's actually a little spooky. Maybe I don't like this because of that right there. But even though the account went almost down to nothing there in these last 4.5 years or so, it's been pretty consistent, an upward trend. So that's another example of an equity curve to look at. You don't want one that's going like way up and then down and up and down, because there can be a scenario, well, hey, maybe you lost a ton of money here and it went way down, but then just recently there was some huge announcement or something and it skyrocketed, and that's where it's large. Those are things I'm trying to just kind of avoid, is like a wild equity curve like that. Let's take a look at another example. This one had an annualized performance of 20% when the buy and hold annualized performance was 18. So again, the MACD works better on this than just buying and holding it generally, or at least in the last 5 years. And here's another just kind of equity curve line. These are all things I kind of like to look at. So what you can do with something like this, though, is know, okay, all of these securities have a buy and sell signal on them today. Well, if you're kind of trying to dwindle down and see, okay, well, still looking at 50 securities is a lot of securities. I don't even want to go through 50 charts. So maybe first you would have ran this system test and then just only saved, let's say, the top 10. So maybe we just delete the rest of those. And now we're just looking at these here. Tesla, the buy and hold performance was even better. And it's just such an outlier security. I don't want that one either. So I'll get rid of this one. And now maybe I just look at these securities here, and I could save these into a list and do further analytics on them, because not only do I know that they have a buy or sell signal today with the MACD, but I also know that these are some of the best performing securities out of all of those that had the buy and sell today, et cetera. So that's one way to kind of use the system tester to help you choose what securities you would want to trade. Then, you can look at the overall trend on these. You can dive deeper into the system tests on them to kind of see how they work. There's also other ways of doing this, and I'll just kind of give you guys some other examples. So if I come back into the system tester here, so really I really still only kind of showed you the best way to use the MACD. Well, again, we had, like our last presenter, show you that elasticity has outperformed the MACD on most securities on the NASDAQ, or maybe it was the New York Stock Exchange that he had scanned. So you can also come in here and just select a bunch of different trading strategies. So I'm going to keep the MACD applied. I'm also going to put in PS here because I know we have a bunch of trading systems that are under performance systems that have all proven to test well historically. And maybe I'm just going to choose a handful of these. If you really wanted to, you could even come in here and select all the system tests in here. Really, there's a lot of options here, but I'm just going to use a handful of them for demonstration purposes. Let's also compare like the Bollinger Band system here. So you can also choose a large number of securities, trading strategies, and then come in and do tests with this. So maybe that, hey, I know I want to trade the Dow Jones Industrial. I just have an interest in following those securities. I know that's what I want to trade, etc. So you can take as many system tests as you want and run a scan against a list that you might be interested in trading. So I'm going to reduce this just to save us a little bit of time down to just 2 years. And I'm going to start a system test. And now you'll see, so I have 6 trading systems I'm testing against the Dow Jones Industrial 30. So that comes out to a total of 180 different system tests that this is going to do. So note, if you're choosing 100 strategies and testing it against, 1,000 different securities, you're going to have 100,000 system tests that need to be analyzed, and that's going to take a long time. So just keep that in mind if you're trying to do all of them. But there's ways to, dwindle this down and just look at what you want to do. And also, really, you don't have to do these system tests very often. I run explorations almost daily. I very rarely run system tests nowadays just because I've already done so many of them and I kind of know which systems work on which securities that I already like to work with, etc. But just something I like to point out. And so now what we're looking at, this list, instead of it showing all the securities that I tested against one trading system, we're looking at these 6 different trading systems and how they performed on the Dow Jones Industrial. Let's again sort this by, let's do average percent gain. So in this scenario that I've actually shown, so on the Dow Jones Industrial over the last 2 years, the MACD expert system was actually the best trading strategy for this list of securities. So that actually answers the question that, like, hey, I would probably want to use the MACD if I'm considering these 6 different trading strategies. And this is actually based on average net profit. Let's look at average profit. Okay, yeah. So again, I can click into this and now I can see how the MACD performed against all these 30 securities inside of the Dow Jones 30. And again, I can kind of rank this and look at how I want, kind of go through it how I would like. Maybe I don't want to use that one. I'm going to hit X. Oh, I actually didn't mean to close the whole thing. Let me pull that report back up. But there's a chance that, maybe a different trading strategy had won. Or I see here the performance system dynamic momentum was also a really good performer. So maybe I want to look at this one. And again, I can see here how many. So this shows me that there were more winning trading systems here not trading systems. There were more winning securities than losers based off of using this strategy over the last 2 years on this list. And I can see the winners were generally bigger than the losers here. So lots of good information here. But then I can again dive in, look at this report. And there's a lot more stuff to look at here as well. So I was just showing you guys this performance tab, but you can also see like the trade efficiency. You can see how many of my trades were profitable. I had a total of 6 profitable trades with this strategy. 3 of them were long trades, 3 of them were short trades. So maybe if you only like to trade long or short, you might want to do comparisons here regarding that. I can see the average profit and the highest profit, the lowest profit, how many wins I had in a row. This one actually had 6 wins in a row, so that's kind of interesting. And I can see the total number of unprofitable trades and kind of my maximum positions, how all that worked, etc. Something else that's kind of brings to mind while I'm in here. So with the system test, you can also decide, hey, if you do only like to take long trades, you can change this to only do the scan on long trades and not consider short trades because, you know, some trading strategies might perform differently when you're only looking at longs or shorts, etc. I think maybe that could actually be an interesting example. Let's see if the MACD is still the best if we're only doing long trades. And again, I just chose 6 other random systems to test this against, but there's hundreds built in, or we also have the trading systems from all of our partners and things as well, which you've seen a lot of those, and the demonstrations. I will say all the trading strategies that have been presented today from like Daniel Sinnig, Zaheer, and Tim, as well as the ABCD methods by Zdenko. All of those have generally outperformed the MACD too, so just something to keep in mind. But again, it looks like, okay, the MACD was the winner again, but that was something interesting to kind of look up. And now you can see there is a different ranking here because now the Bollinger Bands is the second best system instead of PS Dynamic Momentum when we're only looking at long trades with that same type of scan. So you can kind of do this in a different order of operations is what I'm trying to get at here. So maybe you have a trading system you already know that you want to use, so you can just jump into the system tester, run scans with that to see which securities it works best on, and then run explorations on that list. Or in a different order, you can choose a bunch of trading strategies here in the markets that you want to learn more about or test or that you want to trade, etc. So you could also run this scan against like the FTSE 100 or against the NASDAQ or whatever it may be. You can do that as well and kind of find the right trading systems that work the best with the securities that you're wanting to trade, because different securities often will trade differently. Sometimes futures follow different trends than stocks, etc. Or sometimes the US markets follow different types of trends and things of that nature versus like the Asia market or the European market, etc. So by using these tools, you can find which trading strategies work the best with the markets that you want to trade. And then you can also save yourself a ton of time by running scans to really filter down the list, filter down the amount of work that you're going to have to do in order to find trades that will likely perform well or not. And then there's other things that you can do with a lot of these tools too, like with the system tester. You can run like optimizations and things of that nature as well. So I'm actually going to come in here and type in MACD again, and you'll see this one has MACD optimization. And so with this one, when you're doing the optimizations, you can actually do a scan and you can change different periods. So remember, the MACD generally uses like the 26, 14, and 9, I believe. Well, you can come in here and optimize that to try different like moving averages throughout. And so by going into here, I can say, I want to check all the variables between 4 and 20 in 2-step increments, and then run this scan. And then it's going to optimize those different periods within the MACD as well. So that's an option too. Or as if you watch the first presenter today, Daniel Sinnig, you'll see his trading strategies do a lot of auto optimization. So you don't even really have to run the system tester. When you just apply those strategies to your chart, it'll auto optimize them for you in case you want to use the more optimized variables within a trading strategy. But you can also kind of play around with that with a lot of like the built-in strategies. If you type in like optimize in here, you'll see a lot of the ones that allow you to do different optimizing that are just built in. But of course, you can always create your own system tests and explorations and things of that nature as well. Metastock does have a fairly easy to use formula language. It's very similar to kind of like Excel formula language. And one of the other nice things about it too is that you can often like insert a formula so that you don't have to remember all the formulas. You can kind of insert them and then just change the variables in them. But what I actually recommend to a lot of our users or new users that are signing up, if you have kind of some strategies you want to use, but you don't want to deal with having to learn the formula language or really how to code anything, etc., but you know the exact parameters around what you're wanting to do, we do have a formula team here at Metastock, and for just a $30 fee, we'll actually create these full strategies for you. Now, if you just need help trying to code like a moving average crossover, something like that, email support, we'll do that for free, no problem. But I'm talking about like a full trading system where you can have exploration, system tests, an expert advisor created for you, etc. Some really neat stuff like that. We do that for just a $30 fee. You can go on our website and we have a form to fill out in order for us to do that for you. Or, of course, you can do it yourself for free too. How are we doing on time here? Okay, yeah, so we're doing pretty good. I think that is actually a lot of the main kind of features I've wanted to show you guys inside of Metastock. That's answered a lot of the questions there. But there was a little bit more that I wanted to show you guys, something that really hasn't been touched on at all today. That is also fantastic. This is actually one of my favorite tools and features that we offer, and it's not inside of the Metastock software. It's actually the Metastock Zenith platform, which is a retail version of Refinitiv Icon. As you can see here, the app itself is still called Refinitiv Icon, but our version of it is for retail traders such as yourselves, and you only pay a fraction of the amount for this. I'm actually also seeing that a lot of questions have come through, and I forgot to look at questions when it was my presentation. I was looking at them for our other speakers, so I'm also going to look through this and get, let me see if I can answer some of these just real quick. So what countries? We offer global market data. So whether you're in Europe, the Middle East, Africa, doesn't matter. We have data for everyone, including, pretty much all markets. We have access to over 300,000 different securities, I believe it is. So yeah, we'll have it for all markets. Yes, we also have futures. You can look at wheat, things of that nature. Someone asked me if the Sunny Bands toolkit generates buy and sell signals. I believe it does. Yes, I haven't used that one much myself. Can we show ADX too? So yes, so someone else asked, can I show ADX? So I'm not in Metastock anymore, but because I'm wanting to segue into Icon and show you this, I was gonna, I'll go ahead and just do that. So someone asked, I'm assuming, okay, so this looks like it's a fund, diversified equity fund. So yes, we do have ADX inside of Metastock, as you can see right here. I know, again, this is going to be information overload. There's so much going on my screen right now. Don't let yourself get overwhelmed. I just wanted to show you guys this is also available. This is Metastock Zenith. If you have Metastock Real Time, you already have Zenith because this is our data feed that powers Metastock Real Time. But this can also be ordered as a standalone product as well. So Metastock is your source for like all of your technical analysis, as you saw, doing the charting, the scanning, the back testing and everything in there. But we also have Zenith here that pairs really well with it, where you can come in here and you get a ton of news. You can see this is kind of set up on a news monitor here, just on this main page that I opened up. And you can see a lot of news here. You'll notice everything in here is clickable. So I can click on all of these links and it's going to load and show me other things inside of here. This is just showing me a list of like FX and indices, equities, etc. But really something I wanted to show, what I put inside of my PowerPoint was, well, what if I want to learn a little bit more about a company before trading it? So if I come back here, this is IBM. It has a MACD buy signal today. Well, what if I wanted to learn more about IBM before I actually decided to trade it? What if I wanted to know if there's any news that's kind of driving the current pricing, something like that? Well, you can see up here at the top, this bar is actually part of Zenith that opened up. And this always stays at the top. I always have this open on my computer pretty much at all times. And I can just type in IBM here, and this is going to show you the International Business Machines Corp. So IBM. And I can just click on this. I'm going to go into their overview page. And I just want to give you guys a quick kind of demo of what's in here. And I'm actually not logged in on my account, so I could be booting someone else by trying to use this, I'm realizing. So I think that's why I just got that pop-up. Let me open this up one more time. But I can just open up a specific company, and then I can look at all the details inside of there. It was working just fine, so I think I'm reloading. Sorry here, guys. This is the demo computer, of course, so it's a little bit different than what I'm used to working on. Where's my task tray? Over here. I'm actually going to shut down Zenith because it's doing something weird in the background here, and open it back up, and then I'll show you guys what I wanted to show you inside of there. I'm just on my other monitor here, trying to close some of these windows. Yes, I want to sign out of that. Yes. All right. And while we're waiting for that to come back up, I'm going to go back through my slideshow with you guys real quick. So we kind of answered, how do I find securities to trade? Well, once you've chosen your trading strategy, which maybe you would figure out using the system tester, you can use our Metastock Explorer to help you find securities to trade that have a buy or sell signal today. When should I get into and out of a trade? Well, again, if you use that like system tester, a strategy you want to use, you can apply the expert advisor to your chart, and it's going to give you commentary on when you should get in and out of that trade. It's also going to explain a lot of the indicator features that you're looking at and really kind of help give you a lot of guidance. What systems should I use? Well, we have hundreds of systems built in. You should use the one that works the best on the markets that you want to trade, or that fits your kind of trading personality. Like maybe you're willing to do a little more high risk, high reward style, etc. You can use the system tester and kind of use your account configuration to figure out what's going to work best for you. How do I test my systems before getting into a trade? We showed you that as well with the system tester. And how can I learn more about a company before I trade? I should open this actually back up while I'm talking. So I'm going to show you guys that inside of Icon in just a moment. I showed you guys kind of how the MACD works. Now, just to touch on some other things while we're waiting for that to load, everything we've been demoing today, everything that you saw our other speakers kind of showing you, whenever you looked at a chart all day today, you were looking at the Metastock charts. And we did recently release Metastock 19 that really kind of improved on these charts and the layouts and the themes and everything. Yeah, just keep in mind, all these professional traders, all these different people are using Metastock because it's proven to work no matter what your kind of trading style is. And so if you haven't tried Metastock out, I highly recommend it. And maybe you're wondering, well, how much does it cost? All right, so Metastock starts at just $59 a month if you're leasing it with data. That includes the data for Metastock end of day. That would get you like the European, Middle East, Africa region, plus indices, futures, Forex as well, for just $59. And currently we can offer you a buy 1 month, get 2 months for free. You can chat in with our sales team if you want to try that out. If you wanted to get Metastock real time, so that's kind of the platform I've been using, but Metastock daily charts is still the same as real time. The only difference is daily charts works with daily, weekly time frames and above, basically. And Metastock real time can do all of that, plus has hourly and minute charts, etc. Pretty much everything I've done in Metastock, you can do with Metastock DC as well. But if you wanted that intraday data and you wanted access to Icon, then you'd be looking at wanting Metastock real time. And the total for Zenith on a regional package and Metastock is $265 a month. There are some other options to get that reduced down, like if you just care about trading Forex or something like that, we can help you out with that too. And you can get a trial of either of these as well by just going to metastock.com/Eurodeal or chatting in with us. As a lot of you are already familiar with, we do offer the best, in my opinion, support service, because we give you free white glove setup and installation service at no cost. We'll literally do a one-on-one demo, kind of what you've seen me doing today, going through all of this. We can do that with you on like a one-on-one basis and kind of go through these power tools, show you how they all work, help make sure everything's kind of set up to your preferred trading style. So that's going to be available for free as long as you have Metastock. And yes, as mentioned, you can get the 3 months access for the price of one on our new Metastock 19. And you can get that at metastock.com/Euro deal, or chat in with us if you have questions and we can kind of help get you set up. Now, the bundle too, this is by far today's best offer. If you want to get the most bang for your buck, I can get you guys access to everything you've seen today from all of our different presenters. So you would be getting the full, and this is actually the full trading indicators bundle. So the Power Bundle 360 plus super signals. So there's really like 6 different strategies in there, depending how you look at it, instead of just the 2 that Daniel had demoed, plus elasticity 2 and 3 months access to Market Advantage Toolkit, 3 months access to premium training from learnmetastock.com. So that's another layer of training from this guy right here, Kevin Nelson, who used to be an employee of Metastock that now has devoted himself to making educational videos on kind of trading and using Metastock. You'll get 3 months access to his service too. All of this is valued at over $4,300, but you can get it for just $1,545 by signing up at metastock.com/Euro deal or metastock.com/sales chat. And I should mention too, for any of the one-time purchase add-ons that we offer, so if you're like getting the elasticity 2 or power bundle or super signals, etc., for those strategies, we do give you a 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. So if it doesn't work out, there's no risk on those. You can just return them. For the subscriptions, you get access to the full time that you're subscribed, and there's no commitment to keep any sort of subscription afterwards. So you can always just cancel it and it'll turn off at the end of the month. There's no contracts or anything like that if you're just on a monthly subscription. So I highly recommend checking all of that out. And before we end, I did want to jump into Icon real quick and just show you guys that, or Zenith, as I mentioned, and I'll log into my account so that we don't get booted. I think that's my password. I might have to try again. Oh, okay. Bear with me here, guys. One. All right, so that is actually logging in now. I didn't even start that login process earlier. But we're just going to show you real quick kind of what Zenith looks like, because I absolutely love this service and I don't want you guys to miss out on it. But everything we pretty much demoed so far today, you've already kind of seen inside of Metastock. This is just some icing on the cake here. There's Kelly Clement, the president of Metastock, and Jeff put him as our background. So you guys get that nice sneak peek as well on the demo computer. And okay, we're back in action here. Let me get IBM open back up so I can, again, show you that, guys. So if you wanted to learn more about a company after kind of doing your analysis inside of Metastock, I recommend using Zenith here. You can come to this overview page and just get a plethora of data right at your fingertips, just right kind of targeted in front of you. I'm going to quickly just go through kind of some of these tabs because we are just about up on our time. So I won't spend too much time here, but also with our services in Zenith, you can come in here and you can see a company. You can quickly get their overview, see charts on their past kind of price performance. You can see analyst recommendations, whether it's a buy or sell based on like the company currently. 4 saying this is a strong buy, 5 as a buy, 10 as a hold, 3 as a sell. And if you compare that to that sector, like IT services and consulting, that's actually down a little bit compared to the sector overall. So just quickly at a glance, I'm able to see that. You can come through here and you can get news. I can click on any of these articles and it's going to open up the actual news article for this. I also really like looking at the StarMine models. This is letting me know the highlights on just some of the models here, but you can kind of see, and if you go over this question mark, it'll tell you how these are ranked. But just at a glance and without actually reading through all of these, I know that the price momentum of this company is currently ranked at 89%, which is considered bullish. There are some bearish StarMine models going on, so their credit risk based on smart ratios is actually really low. and their M&A target models is really low. If you wanted to learn more about those, you can just click the question mark and kind of learn. But I really like having those star mine models. I can look at their relative valuation. I can also come in and look at all the financial details on a company. So if I hover over financials here, you'll see I can look at their income statements. We'll go ahead and just click on that. And so you can kind of get an idea of what this looks like, but you can also see like a financial summary. You can look at their balance sheets. You can look at their debt ratios and things of that nature. It looks like there's maybe actually a new feature here they're introducing. So I'm not sure what that's actually loading. Let's look at this other one. So I could come in here and look at their financial statements. This is showing me like the last 5 years here, but I can see exactly what their revenue was. I can see what their gross profit was. And this is in the millions, I believe here. But yeah, you can come through and get all of this data really quickly. You can export this stuff into Excel. You can get live updates in Excel. There's a lot of templates and different features and things to work with Zenith and Excel. So that's something I actually highly recommend. I also love the watch lists that are inside of here. So that's the last thing I'm going to kind of just show you guys here real quickly. You can set up custom monitors. I'll often have lists in Metastock that I also kind of just pull over into the monitor application here. And I also often have mine set up on multiple monitors. So sometimes everything isn't opening up on this same one. Just as an example, that's actually a poor example. Let's look at like a monitored list here. You can set these up. You can add a ton of different criteria and really kind of just watch everything here. So I actually have to open these downward. These are actually not my monitors I have set up. Oh, it's because I reset my Zenith. That's why. Okay. But you can easily come in here and create your own monitors and lists and things of that nature as well. And then kind of keep updated on prices. Webinar monitor. That seems like a good one. Here we go. I can also open this up. I don't know why my internet seems to be being a little bit slow, or oftentimes when I'm presenting, this is a little slow, but this will open up all the indexes and show me their last price and everything going on in here. Seems like my system wants to be just a little bit slow on me today, or maybe I got logged out again. Oh, yep, I can see I have a poor network status right now, so this is just taking a little while to load. I'll tell you, this is one of my favorite things that we offer, and normally it's working very quickly. It all just kind of depends on your computer and your internet speed, but if you're presenting like I am and running off of a Wi-Fi that's going in and out, it might take a little while to load, but this is a great way to kind of follow up as an additional tool to use with Metastock as well. And I think that's actually going to wrap most things up today, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and, oh, sorry, I have some questions. Can you get an idea of what the overall market has done, say, for the last 10 years? Yes, you can absolutely do that. There's even actually like explorations inside of Metastock designed to show you like performance history over like multiple years and things of that nature. You can pull up heat maps to see how things are doing as well. You can test trading strategies over a number of years and things like that to get overall market sentiment. There's also a lot of great tools inside of Zenith that help you with that. So yes, good question there. Also, I'm looking in Go to Webinar because I know most of our visitors are there today, but let me see if we have questions coming through on YouTube. Looks like Greg has been doing a great job of answering those for me. Yep, perfect. Thanks, Greg. All right, so I think that wraps it up, guys. So thanks so much for joining me today and the rest of our speakers and kind of going through all of this with us. This video recording is going to be available on YouTube, so you can just go to youtube.com/Metastock if you want to rewatch it. If you registered for this, we'll also send you an email with the recordings as well. Excuse me, that comes about an hour after the presentation ends. You can also find the video and these special offers by visiting metastock.com/Euro deal, and that'll let you take advantage of them as well. I think that's going to wrap things up for today. Be on the lookout, touch in with our website every few days. I recommend to see the upcoming events that we have. We'll have additional webinars upcoming next month. We're going to have roughly like 40-person conference. So you can have pretty much a week's long educational experience with that and see a lot of other great trading strategies and systems too. So be on the lookout for that. But yeah, thanks again, everyone, and have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you may be.
Hi, Kelly Clement here from Metastock. Before you go, I have 2 quick things for you. One, thanks for joining us today. We love having you here at our webinars and viewing our videos. So what I'd like to invite you to do before you go is like and subscribe. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. It helps us a great deal, and it helps us bring you more awesome content like today's video. The second thing is we have a great ebook on trading that you can get for free. If you go to metastock.com/YouTubebook, you can get a free copy of The Secrets of Successful Traders. It's a great book with lots of content from traders just like yourself who can teach you some of the secrets that they have learned. Thanks for taking a second with me and learning about those 2 things. Thanks for joining us, and keep on trading.